Vale, pues lo dicho, chicos. Hoy vamos a empezar esta nueva novela visual de terror psicológico llamada Slay the Princess, que, como os dije, salió hace nada, un par de semanas y tiene 3016 críticas, de las cuales el 97% son positivas. O sea que el juego algo bueno tiene que tener, no sé el qué, pero algo bueno tiene que tener. ¿Y de qué va? Por lo que pone así en el plot, como te presentan el juego, es una historia en la que tú empiezas como teniendo que ir a donde está una princesa como que está encerrada, y tienes ahí como una dualidad de si matarla o si no, algo así raro. Es algo así raro. Y sé que las decisiones importan mucho. O sea, en plan muchísimo. Es como, ya lo ponen las etiquetas de Steam, en plan Decisions Matter, algo en plan así. Entonces nada, bueno, aquí nos está advirtiendo de que, bueno, es una historia de terror y bla bla bla, no está para todos los públicos y esas weas. Pues nada, Slay the Princess, que viene a significar un poco asesina a la princesa, ¿no? O mata a la princesa, ¿no? Algo así, ¿no? Es Slay, creo que es como eso. Es tipo como murder o así, ¿no? Es casi como un sinónimo, ¿verdad? Una y se acaba el juego antes, pues igual es uno de los finales. Sé que hay varios finales, ¿eh? Eso es tipo IP. No, o sea, no sé si te refieres al gameplay, al género. No, esto es full visual novel. O sea, va a haber texto por los lados, hay que tomar decisiones. Es como eso, visual todo, ¿sabes? Como si fuera un danganronpa, entre comillas, ¿no? Por así decirlo. No te carga el stream, no. A ver si te funciona ahora. En breves. F5 a tope, sí, dadle F5 a tope. Vale, pues nada, vamos a empezar esto. No me he visto los controles ni nada, podemos ver así un poco por encima. Mucho texto. Takes a screenshot, hides the user interface. A saber, tío. Avanzar diálogo y activa la interfaz. Advance el diálogo without selecting. No, vamos a normal. Hostia, cómo cambia la wea aquí, ¿no? New game. Vamos ya a New game. Capítulo 1. El héroe y la princesa. Vamos a ver.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Vale.
And in the basement of that cabin is
Hay
a
una princesa.
princess.
Vale. Está en inglés, o sea, igual vais a tener que ayudarme con alguna palabra que desconozco, que vosotros, no sé, que de Jime y Liriet controláis bastante de inglés. En principio no creo que vaya a tener problema, pero bueno, a lo mejor hay alguna palabra que se me escape. Vale. Oh, puedes mover así un poco. Mira qué guay, está todo hecho como a mano, Es todo en blanco y negro, por cierto, El chat arriba, no. Ya estuve viendo un poco de gameplay y por aquí van a salir textos y tal. Lo mejor es ahí. De hecho, lo voy a hacer un poco más pequeño, incluso. Salen textos por los lados, Chloe. Yo creo que no vamos a tapar nada, porque el texto, mira, se corta aquí y aquí. Yo creo que está perfecto. Si vemos que hay que cambiar algo, se cambia. Vale. Seguimos.
You're here to slay her.
Estás aquí para matarla.
It will be the end of the world.
Y si no lo haces, será el final del mundo. Bueno, pues os mando muchos abracitos. Volveré cuando Twitch se comporte. Perfecto, Liriet, gracias. Muchas gracias, te esperaremos aquí. Vale, el narrador, bla bla. Vale, a ver, explore at the end of the world. What are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can someone else do this? No tapo nada yo, ¿no? No. A mí también me sale cortado esto, Al final del mundo, vamos a decir la primera.
No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all,
vale, sigue corta un poco el chat,
You have to put an end to her.
Si vemos que tapa algo arriba, lo bajamos. Vale. Tienes que poner el fin a ella. Ah, igual había más cosas. Puede ser, de Jime. Puede ser, tienes razón. Sí, si no funamos el chat. Si vemos que tapa mucho, lo funamos. Vale. Pero como una princesa encerrada en un basement puede acabar el mundo. Si me dices por qué ella es peligrosa, no voy a matarla. Do you have any evidence to back this up? Vale, ¿tienes alguna evidencia para contrastar esto? ¡Hostia, sí que tiene, chaval! ¡Me cago en Dios! Sí que tienes para elegir, A ver, muchas te llevarán a lo mismo, ¿sabes? Joder. ¿Tienes alguna evidencia? ¿Has considerado que quizás solo una razón sea the ways because she's locked up? Ah, vale, no, son como de cosas que puedes hacer tú, ¿no? Sí, preguntar, claro. Y las otras pueden actuar, sí, sí. Explore es como explorar más a fondo de ello, ¿no? Me dice, mira, vale, sí. Vale, es como para preguntarle más. Vale, podemos ir preguntando. Pero como una princesa que está encerrada, vale, vamos a seguir.
Linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Solo tengo un trabajo y ya está. Tengo que hacer eso y fuera. ¿Tienes alguna evidencia? Vamos a ir preguntándole cosa por cosa, a ver.
You're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Considero que quizás la única razón por la que se va a acabar el mundo es porque está encerrada.
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
Vale, ella es peligrosa y ya está.
And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Ajá, vale.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world
vale.
will
Si la
end.
princesa sale del
no
cabin,
changing that.
el mundo acaba. No hay forma de cambiar eso.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
No hay nada ahí de cosas metafóricas de si es el huevo o la gallina. No, el huevo ya está eclosionado, o sea, ya está. O sea,
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
a no ser que hagas tu trabajo y te la puto funes. Vale. Vamos a ir preguntándole. Matar a una princesa parece un malo, ¿no?
Are you a monarchist?
Eres
Slaying a princess
monárquico.
that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value.
Está diciendo que es mejor matar a una princesa que yo que sea a un pescador o lo que sea, ¿sabes? No puede nadie hacer esto. Que no sea
if
yo.
only that were the case, but I don't make the rules.
Yo no hago las
I have to
reglas.
say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off.
Es lo único que puede hacer
Like
esto.
I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Olvídalo. No voy a hacer... Uf. No, a ver. Hay que intentar hacerlo, ¿no? Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Ya. Voy a tener alguna recompensa por hacer esto, a ver.
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
¿Puedes decirme cuál va a ser?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it.
Es secreto, pero creo que te gustará.
Just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Vale, me está intentando comprar el cabrón. Ah, es que en principio vamos a intentar hacerlo, ¿no? Se supone, no voy a decirle esto. Mira, voy a la cabina y voy a hablar con ella. Y si ella es tan mala como dices, entonces quizás la mate, pero no me comprometo a nada hasta que haya una chance de conocerla cara a cara. Vale, otra dice, vale, estoy vendido, vamos a hacer esto. Ok, thanks for telling me what to do. Vale, voy a decirle esto. Joder, a ver, a la pana habrá que darle ¿sabes? El beneficio de la duda, ¿no? Digo yo.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies.
Que me va a atrapar en
The
su
more you
red de
listen to her
mentiras.
honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
Lárgate, fin del juego.
Each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Vale, ahí está. La
We're not going to
casita.
go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Exacto, se supone, vaya.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Ignórale. No sabe de lo que habla. Hostia, somos diferentes nosotros al héroe, ¿sabes? Vamos a la cabin. A ver. O sea, está el héroe y luego estamos nosotros, el jugador, ¿sabes?
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden
Solo hay
table.
una mesa
Perched on that table
y
is a
tiene una
pristine
daga.
blade.
No, nosotros somos el héroe, el narrador es otro. No, claro, pero yo digo que está el narrador, el héroe y nosotros. Porque, joder, el héroe habló ahí. Y de repente dijo el narrador, ignóralo, no sabe de lo que habla, ¿sabes? Yo entiendo que es como que ahí hay como un juego, ¿no? De rompiendo la cuarta pared. Entendí yo, vaya, que a lo mejor me equivoco.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Vale, la necesitas. Vale. Como tu conciencia. Vale, puede ser. Sí, podría ser también. Venga, vamos a coger la blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Vamos a entrar en el basement. Esto no puede ser muy
The door to the
difícil.
basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Pues igual sí.
Her
Es un
voice
sitio tan
carries up the
mierdento.
stairs.
Who's there?
¿Veis? Sale aquí arriba. ¿Os fijáis? Lo que os decía. Buah, funaremos el chat, tío. Lo podemos poner así. Lo puedo hacer un poco más chiquito. Así. Lo puedo poner así. Es que aquí salen todas mis opciones, Chloe. Aquí salen todas mis opciones. No, lo voy a poner así más chiquito, ¿vale? Ya está. Si vemos que molesta, pues lo hago más chiquito aún, y tal. ¿Quién está ahí?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Esto parte de su manipulación. Voy a decirle ahora. Y ya está.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
Vale, bajo.
You
Ahí
walk
está.
down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
El pana diciendo, joder, es guapa, tal. Y el narrador, focus, pana. Focusea.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
No lo he decidido todavía. Es que no meme, no lo he decidido. No, estoy aquí para hablar. Estoy aquí para hablar.
Then why did you bring a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat?
A funar.
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look at her. It's not like she's a threat. Don't you dare.
Ni se te ocurra.
It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Exacto. No, de momento no lo voy a dropear. ¿Sabes? Porque no me fío. O sea, puede ser buena o no. Drop it es soltar. O sea, ¿qué será esto? No sé qué es tighten your grip. Es como mantén firme tu agarre, ¿no? Algo así es.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
Ya, eso es verdad. A ver, que te lo puedo lanzar así, amiga.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
A ver, amiga, te estás poniendo un poco gallita. Yo tengo que también que...
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Es que de quién me fío, tío. ¿Qué pasa si nos mata? ¿Estás seguro de que ella no está armada? Yes, que sí está armada. I'm not dropping the blade. ¿Estás seguro de que no está armada? Le voy a preguntar.
I'm positive. I'm not. But we'll keep our eyes peeled. If she has a weapon, she'll have to draw it before she can use it.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
¡La puedo matar! ¿Pero vamos a matarla ahora? Me deja ya matarla, ¿eh? Empezamos con una funasao. Venga, voy a funarla, voy a funarla. Es que se puso muy... se puso muy gallita, tío. O sea, si viniera en plan de... Gracias, vamos a hablar, siéntate y tal. No, pero empezó muy gallita. Yo la voy a matar, tío. Voy a matarla, voy a matarla.
You charge the princess, blade in hand, but unfortunately your earlier suspicions proved correct. A blade of her own slips down her sleeve and catches you in the neck. Blood sprays from the cut, your severed carotid artery painting the princess with strokes of red. You'd better finish your task quickly before you run out of time.
Me cago en Dios, tío. Sacó un puto cuchillo, ¿eh? ¿Qué tal, Magnus? ¿Muere o finish the job? Tío, ya que hemos llegado hasta aquí, la mato. Finish the job. Adiós.
You press forward, sinking the blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
The two of you collapse on the floor together, rapidly bleeding out.
Los dos morimos, tío.
Somehow, I thought this would turn out a little differently. But I wonder, do you really think that this was enough to stop me?
¿Puedes ponerte un pelín más a la derecha? ¿Yo? Sí. ¿Así? Puedo poner así. ¿Así mejor? Quizás veas un poco más. Yo creo que sí, ¿no? Vale, venga, seguimos. ¿Crees que esto es suficiente para pararme?
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
Es como que está convencida que no puede morir.
You don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Capítulo 2, The Razor. A ver.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Es como...
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Va viendo como tíos diferentes.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Tengo una sensación terrible de déjà vu. Espera, ¿esto no ha pasado ya?
A terrible sense of déjà vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Te sigo tapando una palabrita, pero bueno, tiene que dar así,
This
claro.
whole thing's a crock of shit. She's just going to pull a knife out of nowhere and stab us again. Stabbed to death?
And you won't have to worry about that. The princess is unarmed.
Yeah, that's exactly what you told us last time. When we asked you if you were sure she didn't have a weapon on her, you said you were positive she didn't. But it turns out she did, because when we charged her, she started stabbing us. To death.
Correcto.
Calm down. I assure you she has no weapons, so there's no reason to fear her. You were made for this job. You'll do just fine.
No está claro que no quiere mujeres en su vida. This is more than just deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure the whole thing literally just happened. Voy a decir esto.
It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. Like I said, we've just met for the first time, you and I.
Vamos a asumir que I'm telling the truth, que estoy diciendo la verdad. Y que todo esto realmente ocurrió. ¿Por qué debería escucharte?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me.
Vale. Vamos a suponerlo.
If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We did exactly what you said.
A ver, exactamente no es verdad que no lo hicimos.
Sounds to me like you probably had some kind of elaborate nightmare, in which case I shouldn't be held accountable for what supposedly happened. But congratulations, you've been given a chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We stabbed the princess stabbed us, and now everyone's right back to where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself? Or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
Ya, ¿se resetea o es como un mundo nuevo?
Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left?
Screw this. Who cares what happened to everyone else? She's not going to play fair, so we should do what we can to save ourselves and just get out of here.
At least you know not to trust her, but you do realize that everything and everyone includes you, right? If you turn around and leave, you're dooming yourself as well as everyone else.
Ya, nosotros morimos si no lo hacemos, teóricamente.
She just caught us by surprise last time. She can't do that twice.
Exacto.
So as long as we're careful, we can win this.
Exacto. Ahora sabemos de qué palo va la tía. Sabemos que tiene un cuchillo escondido. Ahora lo sabemos.
That's the spirit. Just
Ahí.
keep that stiff upper lip. You'll save the world in no time at all.
Vale. Let's talk about the princess. Vamos a funarla ya. Vamos a la cabina. Llego, cojo el cuchillo, entro y se lo clavo. Ya está. Y listo. Antes de ir más
She will
lejos.
lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
No crees una palabra de lo que dice.
He couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you.
We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful. Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Vale. Focus. Hay que entrar, coger el cuchillo, matar a la princesa. Entrar, coger el cuchillo, matar a la princesa. Entrar, coger el cuchillo, matar a la princesa. Eso solo. Nada más.
The interior of
¿Qué?
the cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Una nota.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
No habías dicho nada del espejo en la pared. Esto es diferente a la última vez. Le voy a decir esto. Es diferente.
Very different.
Es muy diferente.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense.
Yeah.
You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
¿Y del espejo? Claro, está todo roto menos el espejo. Es raro, ¿no? Cuanto menos.
That's because there isn't a mirror.
No hay
There's
un
a
espejo.
table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's
¿Cómo que no?
definitely a mirror. There isn't.
Can you two stop arguing? It's stressful enough in here without all of this extra noise.
Buah. Me importa el clima. ¿No? About weather. O no. Ah, no, no, lo otro es weather, ¿no? ¿Qué es weather así a secas? I care about weather. ¿Qué es? Ah, no, I care about weather I'm being like... A pesar de, ¿no? Es como a pesar de. ¿Verdad? Algo así, ¿no? Si me miente o no. Vale. Sí, es algo en plan así. I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am. Claro. Vamos a ver si somos el mismo, ¿no? Digo yo. Voy a hacerlo.
I care less about that and more about whether we're being lied to. If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us?
Vamos a ver.
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
Tío, yo quiero saber qué es el puto espejo, tío. Yo estoy viendo un espejo, o sea, hay un espejo. Vamos a acercarnos.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean. A ver, vamos a limpiarlo.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago.
Now it's gone. Yet another thing in here playing tricks on us. I hate this place.
Ya no está el espejo. Take the blade.
You take the
Vamos a
blade
matarla.
from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
It feels a bit better to have a weapon in our hands. Let's make her hurt for what she's done to us.
Venga, vamos. Entrar.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Va, es lo mismo.
That's right, scraping. I told you she has something.
Tío, la voz del anterior mola, en plan... Deja así como pullitas, en plan de venga, mátala y ya está.
That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
¿Qué clase de mano es esa? Pues no lo sé, pero las uñas está bien cortarlas, creo yo.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice.
Yeah, she thinks she's better than us. Like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time.
A ver.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room. I wonder if she remembers us.
A ver.
Finally, somebody! Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down.
Y aparte tiene las manos como atrás, ¿sabes?
If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
No puedo matarle ya. Bueno, te da muchas opciones, ¿eh? Yo la quiero matar, ¿eh? La voy a matar. Shoot, es the princess. La voy a matar, me la suda. La voy a matar.
The princess falls silent, her smile unwavering as you charge across the room.
Okay, she hasn't pulled out a knife yet, and her hands are still behind her back. I think we can do this. I think we can win. We just have to strike now, but make sure you keep your eyes on those hands. I don't trust her for a second. But your focus is broken by the horrible sound of metal slicing through meat.
¿Me mató?
Whose meat? Not ours, right? Hers, at first. Then yours.
Otra vez. Jeje.
How? What did she even hit us with? You stare down at your chest and at the long, thin blade she impaled you with.
Por detrás.
And then the red, angry slit along the flesh of her thigh, where the blade had been nestled just a moment ago. It's still lodged in her leg, emerging from her knee, hinging up and out of her body like some extra metallic.
Le salió de la
limb.
pierna.
Bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
Tío.
You're going to die now.
With a twist of her knee and a painful squelch, she does just that. Everything goes dark.
Tío, da igual lo que haga. No voy a poder matarla. Hay que negociar con ella. Capítulo 3. The Arms Race.
You're on a path in the woods. No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin.
Exacto.
You're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do?
I feel dizzy.
Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now? Nobody. Nobody holds the cards. That's how it's always been. That's unfortunately how reality works.
The circle's getting smaller and smaller. Running isn't an option anymore.
Ahora habla el otro. El segundo, ¿sabes? Al que nos acaban de matar. Es el Hunted. Que el otro fue el Cheated, al que engañaron. El engañado, por así decirlo. Y este es el cazado. Correr ya no es una opción. Tenemos que luchar.
Good. It's better that way. Without a fight, no one can win. And
¿Y
if
este?
no one can win, then nothing has any meaning.
Of the Stubborn.
Great. So obviously you've already been here. How many times? This is our third? No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right? That can't be right. That's too much responsibility.
Nah, impossibly high stakes make the fight so much better.
Dios. ¿Stubborn? ¿Qué es? ¿Qué significa Stubborn? Voz del Stubborn. Es que esto no sé si nos ocurrió, o sea, porque ahora hay 3 voces, pero solo hemos muerto 2 veces. Terco, vale.
Let's just stay focused,
Debe ser otro,
shall
en
we?
plan...
The only furniture of note is a bent metal table, a pristine blade perched. We take it.
We take it, vale.
Okay, sure, you take the blade before letting me finish telling you it's there. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
This feels right. We just have to keep our senses sharp.
That's right, we've got to be able to win eventually.
Ajá.
We'll win eventually. Hell, we might even win now.
Dios, que todos los muertos ahora quieren ganar,
That's a fighting spirit I like to see. You could all learn a thing or two from this one.
A thing or two from this one.
I'd love to
vale.
get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there? You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right? But there isn't a door, it's just that mirror
Yeah.
again. There isn't a mirror. You only messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore.
I can feel the air coming up from behind it, stinking of iron and steel. He might be right. Could be a trick. If our other senses can't feel it, then we can't trust it.
If it's in our way, let's just break it and move
Exacto,
on.
ya está, ya toma por culo. Lo rompemos y fuera. Vamos a acercarnos al mirror.
Make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it. Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess.
Exacto. Vamos, otra vez.
You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open. And the mirror's gone. How surprising.
It was never there. just an illusion.
Solo una
Let's
ilusión.
just get to the princess already. I didn't care about the mirror before, and I care about it even less now.
Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Vale. Focus y estaremos bien.
You step
Focus y
forward,
estaremos bien.
but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
Hostia, era una rampa, tío.
Your body tumbles onto the basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance. She gives you a wry smile.
Hi, it looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
She's got another thing coming if she thinks we're going down easy again.
Eso.
Pride makes us dead. The only thing that matters is survival.
Actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win once.
Exacto.
Nothing bad has come of it yet. Plenty bad has come of it. You've left at least one entire world to ruin. The people there mattered.
The past isn't real. There's only here and now.
Your internal bickering is cut short by
¿Cómo?
the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades, glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves.
Pedazo de espadotes,
The
chaval.
chain clatters to the floor.
Hostia, y se liberó, Nos va a matar.
She's loose, and she is coming for you.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Shit. She's coming for us and I'm out of ideas.
We're going to fight. Vale, vamos a pelear con ella otra vez. Y vamos a to have a stiff upper lip about it. She can't hurt us if we don't let ourselves feel it. We're going to appeal to her authority. Puff her up a bit. Puff her up a bit. There's no reason we can't talk this out. We're going to unconditionally surrender. Vale, rendirnos. I'm going to try flirting with her. En plan, tirarle fichas. She has swords on us and we are panicking. She wins by killing us, right? So let's beat her to it. All of these ideas suck. Think up something better. A ver, es que ¿qué cosa mejor podría haber? A ver, en algún momento habrá alguna línea que sea así, ¿sabes? Yo creo que voy a elegir... Apelar a su autoridad. No. Rendirnos. No, nos va a matar. She has swords for arms and we don't. Voy a darle a la última.
Yeah, that's right. We just have to think. There's probably an answer if we think.
Just standing there, huh? A bold strategy.
You don't have time to finish your thought. In a moment, she's across the room, blades flashing in the dim starlight.
She skewers you. Ow.
Adiós.
What a surprise.
Yeah, we don't even get a second to think without her stabbing us.
Oh, a new one of us.
Uno nuevo.
I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you?
I think we're dead.
El broken.
That's all we'll ever be. Dead, dead, dead,
Dios.
dead, dead.
Skewer es pincho moruno. Vamos, que te empaló con lo que flipas con las espadas.
Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here?
This is 4.
La cuarta.
No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
Hija de puta.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her.
Claro. El pana lo que dice es, vamos a ver a cuántos podemos stackear, en plan de muertos nuestros, y entre todos habrá algún momento en el que seamos mejores que ella.
We don't need any other voices chattering about in here. It'll just confuse us. All we need is to keep fighting. Yeah, I'll pass on that. As long as we keep moving.
Come on, show me something new.
Okay, plan. Now.
Espera un segundo. Un segundo, Tíos, me trajeron quesito. Pues me lo voy a ir comiendo, Justo para este juego puedo comer. Vale, un plan ahora. Vamos a pelear con ella de nuevo. Y vamos a... To have a stiff upper lip about it. No sé qué es stiff upper lip about it. She can't hurt us if we don't let ourselves feel it. Vale, esto es lo de antes, sí. We're going to appeal to her author. Ah, vale, es lo de antes. We're going to unconditionally surrender. Vamos a pelear. ¿Qué cojones? Vamos a pelear con ella. ¿Flirtear? No, flirtear después. Primero vamos a pelear, a ver si podemos. A ver, no vamos a poder, Vamos a intentarlo. Se viene. No funciona. Y te mata de nuevo. Y de nuevo, y de nuevo, y de nuevo. Tu memoria se difumina, ¿no? Mientras tu conciencia leaps from life to life to life, holding only snippets of the conflict that transpires.
She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what it feels. She skewers you.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps.
A ver. Es un hombre lagarto o algo, sí, como por... Se ve así como en el puño, ¿no? Es algo raro, tío.
Then you skewer yourself.
And then you skewer yourself. ¿Nos apuñalamos nosotros mismos?
I thought we both understood that dying doesn't get you anywhere.
Huh. That didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought. What's the point? It's all the same. She skewers you.
Oh, don't give up on me just yet. You gotta keep going.
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up. Okay, let's go again. Compliment her on those gleaming blades. There's nothing better than a capable woman.
Smitham. Voice of the Smitham. No sé qué es Smitham. ¿Qué comes, gordito? Quesito. No estabas cuando me lo trajeron.
She skewers you.
You're cute.
Enamorado, vale.
See? We're getting better. Okay, yeah. That was a good one.
Encoñado.
Just panic. Flee. She skewers you.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
We're getting close to something. Can't you feel it? One last time. You're right. One last time. That's all we need. Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that. She skewers you. And then everything goes dark, and you die.
Nos reventó, básicamente. Mutually assured destruction.
You're on a... Don't lose your head. We're in a cabin, and we'll take it from here.
Exacto. Vamos a la cabina y listo.
Everything feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good. And our steel claw is already in our hand. Ho-ho! What if? Throw it out the window.
Over my dead body.
That won't be very hard. We've died a lot. But I can't say I mind anymore.
Besides, what better way to die so very many times
Dicen de
than at the
suicidarse.
sharp hands of a beautiful woman?
Sure, I can think of a better way to die.
¿Skeptic? ¿Qué es? Escéptico. No sé si es escéptico, ¿no?
They're all the same, really.
Yago, por favor, ¿qué pasa? Ah, es escéptico.
How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally manifest anything.
Respeta el queso, que tiene vida.
The only thing we're gonna manifest is
Es que meto pan
finally
también,
up on
¿sabes?
top.
Me cayeron dos migas. El oportunista.
There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is... How about you stick to describing things, and we'll stick to doing them.
No es con la boca llena, vale. Solo me cayeron unas migajitas aquí en la camiseta. Lo estoy poniendo en la bandeja. Así. Me come con la boca cerrada. Sí. Odio el comer con la boca abierta, o sea, no lo hago nunca.
Yeah, leave it to the pros. We'll notch up that win in no time.
Vamos a reventarla.
Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover. Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only it's fine. I'll just
Mierda.
shut up then and speed this whole thing along.
Le di sin querer.
Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs, or this room, or anything?
No le deja describirle nada, quiere ir a piñón ya.
Don't care, just want to win. Fine, you make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits you.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again?
Cállate, zorra.
I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together. But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it?
A ver, muestra, muestra.
I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you. It's worth it though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
A ver, hazlo.
Are you going to say what she does? Do you want me to talk now?
¿Quieres que hable con ella?
Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing.
Sí.
Yeah, me too.
Todos quieren.
I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Vale. Se acaban de camelar al narrador, en plan, queremos que describas lo nuevo que tiene. Yo he visto streamers que se ponen a comer como animales y a eructar y todo, joder. Yo no me metan bien. Al chocas, básicamente. Yo es que nunca como stream, es raro. O sea, igual es la segunda vez en mi vida que como así en stream. Una vez comí una pizza, me acuerdo.
Here we go. Now.
A ver.
The princess's skin bursts, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. Then
Erupts.
it erupts. It becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades.
Joder.
Heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Holy shit! She's gorgeous. Absolutely divine.
Yes, behold the perfect woman.
Ya. Cada vez menos. Es que cada vez es más una espada que otra cosa. Solo se ve aquí el corazón y poco más.
Do you think we can throw her out the window?
Lanzarla por la ventana.
That looked painful.
How is she still alive?
Heart's still beating, that's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all
El paranoico.
just made up. She doesn't even have a back anymore. How are we supposed to stab her in it? This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing. We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it.
No hay nada. Empty your mind. Callaos todos.
What just happened? It's so quiet.
Something feels different about you. It
Acaba de
almost
silenciar al
makes me
narrador.
feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
Tomármelo en serio por una vez. Ahora solo estamos nosotros, ¿eh? No tenemos a nadie. Claro, no está el narrador. You do not act, no actúas. And yet though that in action your body moves on its own. The princess strikes as you approach. But as her blow finishes its arc, you are already somewhere else.
You're incredible.
Lo estamos esquivando todo, ¿eh? Vuestras armas clasean de nuevo y de nuevo. Tú y ella entráis a un ritmo de libertad, de libre pensamiento y free of self. Solo está la danza. Estamos ahí pum pum en plan espadachines, ¿eh? Cuanto más caes en el juego, más rápido los corazones laten. Y justo un opening vemos, a ver. En plan, una apertura para meterle, ¿no? Ahí, your blade strikes free of volition and her strikes por aquí, ¿no? En el corazón. Ahí. Both strikes are lethal. Neither of you will survive, but neither of you fear what's to come. This is a good ending. Muerte y nosotros también. No consigues ver al otro morir. Algo has taken her away. Algo la ha sacado afuera. Y ha dejado algo en su lugar. Acercarme al mirror. Gaze into your reflection. ¿Qué es gaze? ¿Qué significa gaze? Mirar. Atisbar, más concretamente. Silent as you reach towards the glass. It's time for you to see what's in it. A ver. En silencio mientras vas hacia adelante. Se han ido, but the mirror remains. Va, el mirror se queda. Sigue ahí. It's time to you to see what's in it. Vamos a ver qué hay. Eres tú. Logro desbloqueado. Tu cuerpo. Está solo en un lugar vacío. Está tranquilo aquí. Ir a la cabin. Estás en la cabin. Acercarme a ella. San Juan, chaval. Hay que cortar las uñas, pana.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
¿Qué eres?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Luces solitarias en una ciudad vacía. ¿Qué eres tú? ¿Qué te refieres?
Thoughts without connections.
Pensamientos sin
A dim
conexiones.
and nascent network. I wish to be more.
Soy una persona.
A person, a set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. I think that you are more like me than you are like a person.
Creo que eres más como yo que como una persona.
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
¿Qué es Creeks? El regalo de un Vessel frágil, a ver. Este es el final del mundo. ¿Conoces al narrador? Wow, ¿cuánto hay aquí? Do you know about the worlds beyond this place? Are you the princess? Do we know each other? What happens now? Me pregunto si conoce al narrador. Cuando hace el sonido este de quebrar, vale. ¡Ey, Sermeta, ¿qué tal?
You are the only thing I have ever known.
Es lo único que he conocido.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
En este contexto, Creek es arroyo. Ah, vale, ok. Bien, ¿y tú? Bien, bien. Estamos aquí con esta novelita visual que tiene como muchos finales así. The space we are in this vacant, nothing comes here but us. The gift of... voy a preguntarle esto. El regalo del Vessel frágil.
Yes.
Del recipiente vacío, ¿no?
Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. This one is sharp and single-minded. She is cruelty, but she is also joy. She will make for an indomitable heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
Ponía algo de océanos, vale. ¿Es este el final del mundo? Me faltan 12,5 veces más de lo que tengo para el VIP. Vamos, te queda poquito.
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Claro, ¿cómo puede ser el final del mundo si estamos hablando? Are you what sent me to slay the princess? ¿Eres lo que me envió para matar a la princesa?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
¿Eres la princesa?
She is part of me,
Es parte de mí.
and part of me is her.
Parte mía es suya. Es de ella. But were you always the princess or are you just making her part of yourself? ¿Siempre has sido parte de la princesa o are you just making her a part of yourself? ¿O la haces ser a ella una parte de ti?
You speak in circles.
Hablas en
Does
círculos.
it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
¿Sabes algo de los mundos detrás de este lugar?
I know only that they are.
Solo sé que son. O que están. ¿Tiene un clave de este? Sí. Sí, sí. What happened now? A ver. Do we know each other? Let her out of there. Let her out of there. ¿Y mi VIP dónde está? Hicimos como una limpieza de VIPs hace un tiempo. Hace ya meses. La quitamos todos, menos... Creo que 2 o así quitamos todos. Let her out of there. Pero si sigues viniendo, lo volverás a ganar, Magnus. Pues teníamos ya bastantes. Entonces dijimos... Reset los que estén viniendo en plan más, los super mega fieles, y dejamos en plan un par de ellos. Y luego lo pusimos por puntos. En plan, se puede canjear por puntos. Let her out of there. Do we know each other? What happens now? Attack the entity. Let her out of there. Voy a preguntarle esto si nos conocemos.
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Me resultas familiar, pero no eres yo. Me siento triste, sola, mientras te observo. ¿Qué ocurre ahora?
Nothing as
Nada.
we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. Puedo hacerte olvidar si if only you believe her to be able to.
Bring me more perspectives,
Más
so that I may be
perspectivas.
whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill? ¿No estás asustada de que encuentre una manera de matarte? ¿Cuánto olvidaré? ¿Cuántas más piezas de ti tengo que encontrar? ¿Y qué si no me dejas hacer esto? Fui enviado para matar a la princesa para pararla de destruir el mundo. Y si te ayudo, ¿is that what you are going to do? ¿Es lo que vas a hacer? Hazme olvidar. No estás asustada de que encuentre una manera de matar. Te voy a decirle esto.
I have not lived.
No he
I
vivido.
am not afraid to die.
No estoy asustada de morir. Es terror psicológico. Pero a ver, a lo mejor no hemos aún encontrado partes de terror, ¿sabes? Pero si no entiendes inglés, entonces... A ver, pero... Hay que saber inglés en esta vida, ¿sabes? Sin inglés no se va a ningún lado. Lo acabarán poniendo en español en algún punto, Pero bueno, de momento no lo hay. How many more pieces of you do I have to find? And what if I don't let you do this to me? I wasn't to Voy a decirle esto. Lo de que fue enviado para matar a la princesa para pararla de destruir el mundo. Si te ayudo, es lo que vas a hacer. A ver qué me dice.
You ask of things that cannot be done.
Pides cosas que no
To
pueden ser
destroy
hechas.
is merely to reshape, to remold.
Estás siendo semántica. ¿Qué vas a hacer si te ayudo?
How can I know?
¿Cómo lo puedo saber?
Something sprawling and unilluminated.
No tienes inglés, razón de más para jugar en inglés. A ver, es que Sarmeta aún es muy jovencito. Con los años entre el colegio y videojuegos y tal. Yo aprendí a base de ir a la academia de inglés, en plan toda mi vida, en plan de aprender inglés para el colegio. Porque en el colegio lo daban fatal. Y de jugar a videojuegos también. O sea, no hay cosas de vocabulario que no sé. Por ejemplo, flickers, sé que puede ser muchas cosas. Puede ser en plan de flirquear, ¿sabes? De parpadear. I am flickers in something. Sprawling and illuminated. Claro, en este contexto, pues a lo mejor es como que tienes así como atisbos de cosas, ¿sabes? De como que te vienen... Se puede sacar más o menos por contexto, si sabes lo básico, ¿sabes? How much will I forget? ¿Cuánto olvidaré? How many more pieces of you do I have to find? ¿Cuántas más piezas de ti tengo que encontrar? A ver.
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite.
Soy infinita.
The rest will find their own way home.
¿Y qué si no te dejo hacerme esto?
Then we will be here forever, as we
Entonces estaremos
are
aquí para siempre.
unfinished, dry,
Inacabados, secos,
hollow,
vacíos. ¿Cuánto olvidaré?
everything,
Todo.
until we meet again.
Hasta que nos volvamos a encontrar. A ver, voy a darle a wait.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Ahora ya hay que olvidar. Digo, y eso es verdad, de niño es mucho más fácil. Sí, sí. Cuanto antes te empieces con inglés, mucho más fácil.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
Ella pide que te diga que la recuerdes.
You won't.
No lo harás. Everything goes dark and you die. y vuelve a empezar.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end you're here to slay her. If
Vale.
you don't, it will be the end of the
Vamos a
world.
intentar entenderla, ¿vale? Vamos a intentar hablar con ella y entenderla un poco más, ¿vale? Y a ver qué sacamos de ahí. Ñam, 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 ñam. Sweet. I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolución. Voy a decirle esto. Que es un gordo. Pero el juego no se llama Understand the Princess. Ya, pero es que antes... Mira, antes fui intentando hablar con ella. Pero la vi chulita y la intentamos matar. La matamos 40.000 veces y bueno, ya viste cómo acabó. Ahora vamos a intentar entenderla, a ver qué cojones pasa ahí, ¿sabes? Olvídalo, no voy a hacerlo.
Are you serious?
¿Estás en serio?
No, you have to do it.
Tienes que hacerlo. ¿No puede hacerlo otra persona?
Unfortunately, you're the only
Esto ya se
one
lo
who
habíamos
can pull
dicho.
this off.
Mira, vamos a ir allí. Llévame allí. Mira, voy a la cabina y hablar con ella. Ah, no, esto ya se lo había dicho. Vale, voy a la cabina. Venga.
As long as you remain focused on your goal, it should all be smooth sailing. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Claro, eso está feo. Yo como más que Jack, me estás llamando. Tal cual. Hoy me comí 3 hamburguesas. Dios, yo ni eso. A ver, yo podría, si tengo mucha hambre, pero no lo haría. A ver, depende también cómo sean las hamburguesas. Entendámonos. Si son chiquitas, sí. Si son grandotas, a ver, no. Hechas en casa. En plan de tamaño bueno, rollo en plan así, con su lechuguita, tomatito y mierdas. Y con pan en plan de hamburguesa. 3 así. Uf, yo eso a la segunda ya me tal, ¿sabes? Claro, joder, es que yo una pizza me la como entera yo, ¿sabes? En plan casi todo el mundo. Pero Chloe no. Entonces, ¿sabes? El Chloe come muy poco. Yo diría que yo como normal, o sea, no como ni muchísimo ni poco. Yo como normal, creo.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know.
Vale, vamos a la cabina. Vamos al turrón.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
A ver, Chloe come muy poco. Y yo como a lo mejor un poco más de lo que aparento. De lo que aparento en plan por peso y así. Igual como un poco más. Pero ya está, o sea, tampoco es ultra mega exagerado. Entonces Chloe come muy, muy poco. Uno miente aquí. A ver, yo para lo que peso creo que como más. Pero no como en plan muchísimo de estar comiendo todo el rato, ¿sabes? Pero sí, cuando como me como potente, ¿sabes? Me gusta cocinarme cosas ricas y así, ¿sabes? Y calientes y saladas. Vale.
The blade is your implement.
Vale.
You'll...
No voy a coger la blade. No la voy a coger. Vamos a entrar directamente. Y me la suda.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the
Acabé el
princess
queso.
really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice
Hello? Is someone there?
Sí, estoy aquí.
Hypnotizing.
Es
It's the kind
hipnótica.
of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you.
It's all part of the manipulation.
No es que te engañes, parte de
You're
su
playing a
manipulación.
dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Y también metabolismo. O sea, yo toda mi vida fui en plan delgado y mi padre igual y mi abuelo también. O sea, tenemos el mismo tipo de constitución, ¿sabes? Vamos a estar... Mira, vamos a hacer esta run full camelar. De ir a salvarla, de ser el príncipe y salvar a la princesa. Estoy aquí para salvarte. Vamos a camelarla. Chloe, tienes que darnos tips de camelar.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
¿Cuántas veces tengo que decirte eso? Que es
Wait,
peligroso.
really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
Me camelaste bien. Venga, vamos a rescatarla.
You walk down the stairs and
Mira,
lock
¿ves? Ahora
eyes
está
with the
chilling.
princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Tío, ya está mojando. Hola, ¿cómo te llamas? Chloe, ¿tú? Yo Jack, encantado. ¿Somos novios? Vale. She's
I
beautiful.
am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Y ya está. Y empezó el amor.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Creo que has traído algo para lidiar con estas cadenas.
Don't do
Pues la
it.
verdad es que no, ¿eh?
If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Vamos a examinar las cadenas.
You're only making this more difficult.
Se viene.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
No, no tengo la llave. Yo a Lisa le dije, ¿quieres ver cómo imita a Waluigi? Y lo imité, se partió el culo y aquí está. Hostia. Gracias a Waluigi, ¿eh? Entonces.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Maybe it's somewhere... Quizás esté arriba.
Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the camp.
No habrán dejado las llaves de sus cadenas en algún lugar de la cabina. Y si no hay una llave, ¿tienes otras ideas? Voy a chequear arriba. Quizás la llave siga en algún lugar. Vale, exacto, aquí. Voy a decir esto.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
Buena suerte. Vamos a ver. Exacto. Yo me tuve que jugar el Ocarina full en inglés y eso me ayudó bastante. Lo iba a comentar antes, ¿eh? Con el Minecraft también. Con el Minecraft también se puede mejorar, sí. Sí. Yo no meme, ¿eh? Yo tenía un diccionario al lado para algunas palabras. Porque no entendía nada, tío. ¿Sabes? Si te ibas aprendiendo el de Royal Family. Decía, ¿qué cojones es la Royal Family? Era la familia real, ¿sabes? Que habla mucho de ella en la Ocarina. No sabía que era la puta Royal Family.
But the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Vale, vamos arriba.
Is someone else here?
Alguien cerró. Prueba la puerta, a ver, en plan de... prueba a abrir.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Está cerrada. Voy a volver abajo. No voy a ponerme loco. Os dejo un rato al abuelo, perfecto, Sarmeta.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so
A mí me
much
pasaba
easier if you'd just taken the
con el
blade
Skid me
like you
pasaba,
were
o sea,
supposed to.
también. Tiene poco texto, pero tenía de la historia. No entendía nada de la historia. This would have been so much easier if you would just taken the blade like you were supposed. Esto habría sido más fácil si hubieras traído la blade.
Easier for whom?
Más fácil para
Easier
quién.
for everyone. Look
Para
at the
todo el
mess
mundo.
you're in.
Miren qué movida estás.
I heard the door slam. They locked you
Escuché la
down here
puerta
too,
cerrarse.
didn't they?
Te encerraron también aquí, ¿no?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
Un poco de pánico en la... que surge un poco de pánico, ¿no? En plan que se alza, ¿no?
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together. Vale, o sea que habría que desatarla porque sabe cómo salir, ¿no?
She barely hesitates
¿Cómo?
before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trap.
¡Animal!
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here.
¿Cómo llegó
but if
hasta
there's
aquí?
a time to strike, it's now.
Hasta con Titan.
Or we could use it to free her.
Para liberarla. Claro.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Solo me dejan salvarla.
Fine. Against your better judgment,
¡Ah!
place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh.
Me
The
está dando un
blade is
pinchazo en la
sharp,
mano.
and it takes little
¡Cojones!
effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
Ojo, ya puede ser una buena daga, para romper el hueso.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
No, she didn't.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything?
¿Cómo sigue
It's like
sonriendo
she isn't
después de
even
todo?
bothered by what just happened.
Parece que no le importa lo que ha ocurrido.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Solo quiere salir, tío. Acercarnos a la puerta.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
¡No!
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
¡Tío, no! ¡Estás de coña! Avisarla.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Sabes que no tienes que hacer esto, ¿verdad?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart.
But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist. ¿Hay algo más?
The blade. Move the blade.
No. No me vas a hacer matarla. Si la mato es porque quiero yo, no porque quieras tú.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
Mira qué uñas.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest.
¡No!
Through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Hija de puta.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake.
For her sake. Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
Acabáis de matar a todo el mundo.
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right?
No puede
Well,
acabarse
that's
así.
rich coming from you. As much as I prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over.
It's over.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Capítulo 2. La damisela.
You're
Ahora se llama
on a
diferente a
path
antes,
in
¿eh?
the woods, and at the end of that path is you're here to slay her. If you
Tengo un déjà vu, ok, no. But I die, what I'm doing here. Esto es lo mismo de antes. Voy a decirle esto.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he?
Submiten.
If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess.
Tienes que ser muy sneaky sobre tus intenciones si quieres salvar a la princesa. Intentar
So all
salvarla.
of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Eso, dilo. Vale, vamos a la cabina. ¿Y si doy turn around the leaf? No, eso lo haremos después. Sí, tiene muchísimos. Sí. Pero en How Long to Beat pone que dura 3 horas. Y si haces la... dura 4 si haces también las side quest. Y el completo ni siquiera todos los logros serán, no sé, 40 horas o 50, no lo sé. No lo sé. Una advertencia, antes que vayáis más lejos. Mentira, vale, sí.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game.
Exacto.
It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we
Su
can.
belleza es lo único que en este mundo en lo que podemos creer.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Vamos. ¡Ojo! Raid de... de SBS. Grandes, chicos. Muchísimas gracias por esa raid. Estáis con algo de Andalucía, me parece, ¿no? Con el ranking. Muchas gracias, chavales. Gracias por esa raid. Espero que haya ido todo bien. Y que Michael esté primero. Y Hasku. Muchas gracias, chavales. Gracias, gracias. Espero que todo bien, Muchas gracias. No sé quién ha sido el de la raid, pero le mando un saludito desde aquí. Muchas gracias. Estamos jugando un juego, una novela visual de terror. Para que os pongáis así un poco al día. Vale, ahora es diferente esto. Interior de la cabina. Vale.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Igual sudamos de cogerla otra vez, You didn't see anything about the mirror on the wall. Approach the mirror. Take the blade. Enters the basement. Vamos a entrar directamente. Approach the mirror. ¿Otra vez? Vamos a acercarnos otra vez al mirror. Otra vez.
You walk up to the wall
Aunque
next
no vamos
to
a
the
ver nada,
basement
pero...
door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a...
Ya, pero es que aquí nunca vemos nada, tío.
Rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Pues no, pues desapareció, como todas las veces, vaya. Vamos a entrar. No vamos a pillar la Blade, ¿eh? Vamos a entrar, así a pelo. Vamos a confiar en la princesa.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Es la vez diferente la voz, ¿no?
Her
Parece.
voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time.
Son más
I
bonitas que la
can
última
hear
vez.
wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do
Apenas
right
conocemos
by
a la
her without
princesa.
all this over-the-top fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love.
No estás enamorado.
Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down
Tío,
the
¿y si
stairs
no?
and lock eyes with the princess.
Ya, ahora ya no
There's a
está
heavy chain around her
distorsionado.
wrist, binding her to the far wall.
La otra vez se distorsionaba. Tienes razón, Dejime. Y ahora ya no. Ahora parece como que cada vez es más dulce, ¿no? You walk down the stairs, unlock her eyes and the princess. There is a heavy chain around her wrists.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back.
Por
I didn't want to
volver.
believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been
Exacto.
here before.
Decía come back. O sea, que hemos estado aquí antes.
That's right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us.
Ya.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
Que no la voy a matar.
We damned a whole world. But everything reset. Nothing resets. You're just somewhere else. And you can't keep hopping between worlds forever. Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
Horrible for you, maybe. But we've been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to...
¿Estás seguro de que queremos
We
rescatarla?
never saw a world end. And now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
I shan't. ¿Qué es esto? Debe ser una construcción ahí rollo de inglés antiguo, ¿no? O sea, I should not. O sea, I should not. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise. ¿O qué es? De Futurama. Es shall not. Ah, vale. No es should not, es shall not. Vale. Y esto existe. O sea, nunca lo había visto así contraído, ¿eh? Shall not, shan't. No lo había visto nunca.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
Haz tu puto trabajo. Sí, sí, o sea, sé lo que es shall, pero no había visto nunca el shan't. Es antiguo, vale, vale. Es que no sé, cuando estudié el shall no me lo, ¿sabes? No lo habías, o sea, no me lo enseñaron, vaya. Sí, o mustn't. Sí, el must not y mustn't sí que me sonaba, pero shan't era la primera vez que lo veo. Vale, a ver. Me mataste la última vez y dolió mucho. ¿Por qué hiciste eso? No traje el cuchillo. ¿Tengo que cortarte de nuevo? I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you to cover my body. I was extremely unfair. Rescatar a la princesa, ya, pero sí, pero no podemos. ¿Qué ocurre después de que morí? Le voy a preguntar esto.
You died, and now we're talking.
Moriste. Y ahora estamos hablando. Y ya está. Siento que lo que pasó la última vez. Vale, voy a decirle esto.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
Y ahora se está salvando el pellejo, el puto narrador.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
Es comprensiva.
She took that in stride, to a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do?
¿Crees que tiene a alguien como él diciéndole lo que tiene que hacer? O sea, un narrador.
She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
No hay nadie
I
como
think
yo.
he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Voy a decirle que no me traje esto. ¿Te tengo que cortar de nuevo?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
Y ya está.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
Ajá, vale. Deslizarla por ahí.
What?
Y ya está.
No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behaviour and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Tío, que no. Voy a preguntar a decirle esto. Antes que empecemos a hablar, did the world end? Did you end the world? Voy a preguntar esto.
I don't know.
¿Acabó el mundo?
Was I
No lo
supposed
sé.
to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Es súper sumisa, chaval.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
No, no quiero que el mundo acabe. No tengo sentimientos. I have no feelings one way or the other about the world. Vale, que se la suda. Honestamente, el mundo suquea. La gente es una plaga y espero que brought a slow and painful ruin to them. No, no quiero que el mundo acabe, le voy a decir.
Then I didn't end the world.
Bien, pues ya está.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself.
I'm not so sure.
You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Voy a rescatarla directamente. Rescatar.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and
Titanic
if you try
depths.
anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
You wouldn't.
I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
A ver.
You
Ya está.
approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ya está.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
El narrador es de Jaime.
If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
Buah, pues si luego queremos matarla, esta strat puede ser buena, ¿eh? ¿Sabes? De justo aquí.
What do we do now?
¿Qué hacemos ahora? Aquí esta, voy a decir.
That sounds perfect.
The princess takes your hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers.
Tengo una huepo aquí mismo, un zips.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it.
I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
You and the princess walk up the stairs, hand in hand.
Va a pillar el cuchillo, tío.
Smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that
No.
interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love.
Joder, súper pegajoso este, tío.
Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
Acabas de conocerla.
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
¿Qué se puede abrirla? I think we can open it if we try together. I think I've got this. Open the door by yourself. Voy a decir esto de juntos.
Okay. Yeah.
Vale, vamos.
Let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door. Together. Blech. And... the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me?
¿Ya está?
I told you our love was insurmountable.
El poder del amor.
You and the princess make your way upstairs and... the blade, that's right. There's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
Tío, no, pero lo va a hacer ella. Me lo estoy oliendo, tío.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside.
Lo has bloqueado. Your lock will set you free.
Our happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
Where did everything go? Where did he go?
Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
Cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
Buah. Pero no tuviste oportunidad de coger esa chaqueta, ese abrigo. Ni la tendrás. Es hora de irte. La memoria
She's
vuelve.
gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror?
Por supuesto estás asustado. Este es el final para ti, pero no el final para mí.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever
Dice, ¿por
awful
qué
thing
decía
I
lo de
felt
las
before, it
plumas?
feels so much worse
Claro.
now.
What is supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels some worse now.
End us all before I die of a broken heart.
Hola, Pato. Approach the mirror. Has crecido. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Me la ducha y vuelo. Perfecto, Pato. Otra vez.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
Yo también, Mar.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
¿Estás preparado? I will wipe your slate clean once again. ¿Es el mismo ser que eras antes? ¿Cuánto has cambiado? ¿Qué se siente? What does it feel like to change like this? ¿Qué se siente al cambiar a esto? Algo así. When this is all done. Cuando todo esto haya acabado, ¿sabes lo que quieres hacer? ¿Sabes lo que quieres hacer? You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right? When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can't I not the same things I've done before? Has sido más amable que cualquier otra persona. Gracias. What do you want me to bring you next time? ¿Tienes algunos pensamientos? No quiero hacerte daño. Pero cada vez que vuelvo atrás, peor... The worse I fear things will be. Peor es... O sea, que temo que peor sean las cosas. ¿Qué sientes sobre mí? The vessels I've been bringing you, I've heard them. How many more vessels do I need to bring you? Que eso como cada vez igual la podemos hacer más ella o algo así. How many more vessels do I need to bring? I'm ready to go back. Attack the entity. Destroy your body. A ver, espera. Hay que ir preguntándole, tío. ¿Ese mismo ser que antes?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Joder, sigo igual, amiga. ¿Qué se siente al cambiar a esto?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Le voy a decir lo de gracias por haber sido amable.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
¿Qué quieres que te traiga la próxima vez?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy isn't seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Si no tienes preferencias a lo que quieres cambiar o crecer.
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
¿Qué clase de BDSM es este? ¿Que es como un ciclo que se repite? Sí, es como que eso está pareciendo, vaya. Pero habrá que llegar hasta un punto, ¿sabes? Para salvarla o no sé. O sea, realmente no sé. No sé a qué punto hay que llegar. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel? Vamos a preguntar sobre este vessel. O sea, ¿qué es esto?
This one is soft and delicate.
Este es delicado. Claro, depende de lo que hayamos hecho, tiene un vessel diferente. Lo has moldeado, her to love, para amarte.
Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before? ¿Cuántos besos necesitas que te traiga?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond.
Uf.
My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
No sé qué más decirle. Voy a decirle esto.
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
En este momento todo lo que quiero es saber de mí y de ti. Conocerme a mí misma y a ti. Decirle esto.
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread. The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right? Buah, es que no quiero decirle esto, tío. No le voy a decir eso. I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Y se oye cómo se rompe. Loving vessel, bring the damsel to her.
You're on a path.
Y se oye cómo se rompe el cristal.
And
¿Viste?
at the end of that path is a cabin.
Es como hay que llevarle todos
And in
los
the
vessels,
basement of
tío.
that cabin
Le hemos llevado de las
is a
espadas.
princess.
La damisela. Que hay que intentar como llevarle otro.
You're
¿Qué
here
podemos
to
hacer
slay
ahora?
her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yo diría igual de intentar matarla arriba. O pirarme, es verdad, no he hecho eso. Sí, sí, voy a hacerlo de no ir. Tienes razón. No ir. Sí, 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 no, tal cual. Turn around and leave.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Lie. Yes, I definitely know where I'm going. No, the only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm actually pretty okay with the world ending. I realize the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Gonna go walk in the opposite direction. No voy a decirle nada.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
¿Cómo espera? Bien. Lo que se nos ha pedido hacer aquí está mal. Better to wash our hands on this whole situation than to take part of... Mejor limpiarnos las manos. Vale, esto es lo que decimos
Ignore
nosotros,
that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange.
¿Qué?
It looks like this path also leads
Cabrón.
to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Turn around again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job...
Me recuerda a Stanley Parable,
like,
tío.
dies. Forever.
Like dies forever. Voy a estar callado otra vez.
Your silence is deafening. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Joder. Eso es que da más miedo que esto. There is no fighting this, is there? I have to go into the cabin, don't I? Fine. Oh yeah, well, I guess I start walking a different direction again. In fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way to... Voy a decirle esto.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who has ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
Ojo.
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Wait, what's going on?
Cojones.
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Buah, pues pude no entrar, Capítulo 2, El extraño.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin, you're here to slay her.
¿Volvemos a pirarnos? A ver si nos encontramos al otro pana o algo. Ah, si no puedo correr de escapar de la cabin, entonces me quedo aquí para siempre en el bosque. Voy a hacerlo.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Me habla ella. O sea, ¿no, ¿es ella la narradora? Esos muros no estaban la última vez. A ver, lo de los humos voy a decirle.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like
El
a
contrario.
audience. He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day.
A ver.
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky.
The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
You aren't kind. She actually ended the war last time. What the hell is she? What the hell is she? A ver qué me dice.
Last time? Last I checked, there wasn't any last time. We've just met, you and I.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience. He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes.
Este dice lo
The world really
mismo.
did end last time, didn't it?
The world hasn't ended yet.
Dice lo mismo de antes.
You are never going to slay her.
Yep, okay, heading to the cabin now where I'm definitely going to slay that princess. Mentir. Voy a decirle esto.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further. She will lie.
Vale,
If
lo
we're
mismo.
stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it.
Let's keep an open mind.
Vale, vamos. A ver cómo es ahora la cabina.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. It's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Raro esto.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that the blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust. Or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
Lanzarlo.
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with.
I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
You can't just say that. Not when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world.
Atento al título de InSim. My new PC explode, so we are playing Phasmo. Full clickbait, en plan. Pero a tope, ¿eh? En plan, o para que le pregunten, en plan, ¿qué pasó con el nuevo PC o así, no? It's terrifying.
And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her.
Bueno, yo no voy a decir mucho. El título mío de hoy es un poco clickbait. A ver, no, es la realidad realmente. Se pilló uno nuevo y adivina. Craseaba. O sea que no era del PC.
Oh, you've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together.
Hostia. Qué putada, chaval.
Just ignore the
Es
stressful
una putada,
geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. Approach the mirror or take the blade. Voy a acercarme al mirror otra vez.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Vamos a hacer otra vez del
Reach
esto.
forward and rub your hand
Desaparecen,
against
tío.
the cabin wall.
No sé por qué.
I hope you know how ridiculous you look. There was a mirror a second
Hola,
ago.
pato.
Now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
No vamos a pillar la blade, Vamos a entrar.
The door to the basement
Oh!
creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials.
Sí, es de mucho texto.
Nothing here seems to belong. And the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to
Es
it.
como ver una película.
A kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
yo te entendí, Chloe.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
Pato, ¿cómo quedó el Barça, por cierto? Supongo que ganó, ¿no? Pero por saber. Tío, me hace mucha gracia que cuando bebes haces como gárgaras. Gárgaras. Ah, sí, como que lleno la boca del agua. Así. No, a veces bebo del tirón, pero como para refrescar la boca, ¿sabes? No, contra el Real no, contra el Shakhtar, que jugaron ahora a las 6.
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you.
Tiene la voz distorsionada.
Oh, don't be such a baby.
Lo sabes, ¿verdad? No, te juro que no. Llevo haciendo stream 2 horas y pico, ¿no? O sea, te lo pregunto en serio, para que me digas cómo quedó.
I don't want to do
¿Por qué,
this.
palmo o empataron?
Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon.
Uf, no tenemos arma. 0-1 perdiendo. Me cunde, no te voy a engañar.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure.
Lo siento, Dejime.
And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Abrí el Minecraft. Take the hard stairs to the left. ¿El centro o la derecha? Pues que la derecha no se ve nada. El medio parece infinito. Vamos a ir por la izquierda.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs, until there's nothing left in them to feel. The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold. Your toes feel like blocks of ice, your breaths puff out in clouds of condensed vapor. You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill.
Dios, esto me recuerda al puente del Only Up, el que era todo de hueso.
You
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
No tengo podemos perder contra... Es que es fútbol, tío. Realmente puedes perder contra casi cualquier equipo. Es lo bonito del fútbol.
Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey. A continuous march forward to a
Sí, mira.
destination
Cada vez es
long
más
forgotten.
básico. Hasta que desaparece.
Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
What the hell
¿Qué?
was that? What happened to us?
Le di sin querer al clic, tío. ¿Puedo volver atrás? Mierda. What the hell was that? What happened to us?
I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs.
Deja ver un momento, espera. Aquí, podemos leerlo. And the Harada describe us. Are you just going to stand there? Eso dijo la pana. I feel so strange, like I'm fundamentally different. Soy la misma persona, el contrarian, dice.
But now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways.
Y acabamos aquí, tío. No está encadenada. Ah, sí, está encadenada.
The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness,
Buena,
watches
Pato.
you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here.
No olvides por qué estás
And
aquí.
why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit. Try and get our
Vale,
bearings.
hablemos con ella.
She seems normal.
What's your name?
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Su majestad.
You can call me Princess, if you'd like.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another.
We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back?
No me estoy enterando nada. Es normal, Pato. Si no lo viste desde el principio, es normal. Es muy confuso si lo pillas así.
You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time?
¿Qué ocurrió la última
Does
vez?
it matter?
¿Importa?
Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
A ver. Getting down here was weird, like I was pulled apart and put back together. What happened to me? Vale, vamos a preguntarle por qué está aquí.
Maybe it's because I'm dangerous. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
I don't think we're going to be able to put her back.
Kinda hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her.
Venga, Patito. Chao, chao. Un abrazo.
It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
Te voy a sacar de aquí. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything here. Leave her in the basement. Retrieve the blade. Voy a sacarlo otra vez, creo, tío. Crea más... Ah, vale, no, voy a estalear. Vale, voy a estalear. Sí, tienes razón. Mejor estalear. Le voy a preguntar esto, o sea, preguntándole más, ¿no? Más que liberarla, habrá que preguntarle más. Voy a preguntarle esto. Do you know what happened to me? A ver.
What, like you need me to hold your hand and tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here? Oh, I thought they would send something better to deal with me. If the stairs manage to chew you up, I will devour you.
Dios!
Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either.
Hola, Malva. Ah, ni te preocupes, tío. Que va, no pasa nada. Espero que todo bien y que se haya solucionado el internet. Bueno, si estás aquí es porque sí.
We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
Si te dejo salir de aquí, ¿qué vas a hacer?
I don't think what I'd do really matters, does it? I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. You either trust me, or you believe that I'm dangerous. What I say won't change how you already feel about me. Besides, you already know what I'm going to do. If you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Dios, esta solo quiere morir, tío. Sí, aunque Twitch se cierra y se congela cuando le sale de los cojones. Tío, a mucha gente le está fallando hoy Twitch, ¿eh? No es el primero que me lo dice.
Not a single real answer. At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction, it's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse.
Hacer preguntas parece hacer las cosas más difíciles, peores. Está llegando a un punto de breaking point. Si no actúas ahora, there will be nothing in here but her. Vale, toma un respiro y focusea. Bueno, esto es el narrador. Puedes hacerlo. Claro, que todos son diferentes.
Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her.
Hostia, Joa, tío, lo siento muchísimo. Me sabe mal, tío. O sea, yo perdí a mis dos abuelos y es de las peores sensaciones del mundo. O sea, que mucho ánimo, estate con la familia. Y estate bien, tío. O sea, y piensa que es parte más de la vida y tienes que ser maduro y aprender a llevarlo. Tú solo con tu familia y hacer el luto y llevarlo de la mejor manera posible, porque es parte de la vida y no podemos hacer nada contra ello. O sea que mucho ánimo y avanti, tío. Y estate con tu familia y con tu madre y con tu padre sobre todo, porque lo estarán pasando muy mal también. Así que mucho ánimo, chavales, con eso. Lo siento mucho, Malva. Mucho ánimo con ello. Estad con vuestra familia y decidles de vez en cuando que los queréis y valorad los momentos con ellos. No puedo decirte mucho más que eso.
Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Haz algo, haz algo. This place is hell and it's only getting worse. I'm getting you out of here. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust anything here. Leave her in the basement. Vamos a intentar llevarla con nosotros. Vamos a hacer esto.
Wait, that's not right.
Yo diría que realmente nunca se cierra. Aprendes a ignorarla. Espera, ¿eliges las tres? ¿Cómo eliges las tres? Ah, me dejaba elegir las tres. O sea, cuando elegí una eran las tres a la vez. Hostia, no me fijé, elegíme. Estaba todo en naranja, ¿no? Pues igual sí, ¿eh? Wait, that's not right. Vale, lo está diciendo ahora.
Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different.
No me fijé, qué bueno. Bien visto.
A gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone.
Claro, depende cuál sea, hace como una cosa u otra.
Is this what the end of the world looks like?
Es como opciones infinitas.
But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
Es como que todo ocurre a la vez, ¿sabes?
Luckily for all, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all.
¿De qué va el jueguito? Si pones exclamación de qué va, te lo dice. Es que es muy complejo.
Falls apart? I think he's gone.
Es otro vessel.
We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think
Joder.
we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
It's going to be okay, le voy a decir. Otro vessel absorbido. But you will take them. Literal, eh. But you will never know if she hears your reply. She's gone. Memory returns. No, ese comando lo actualizo cada vez que juego un juego diferente. Si me acuerdo, claro.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
A ver cómo somos ahora. Voy a decir esto.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that.
Approach the mirror, le voy a decir ya. Vamos a ver cómo somos.
Oh, I don't like that silence.
A ver. Estamos como más deshechos o así. You've withered. ¿Qué es wither? Withered. No es como... ¿Cómo es la palabra, tío? En plan como deshecho así o medio... Es como cuando un árbol se seca, vale, algo así. Marchitado. Sí. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are in the cabin.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one, all of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Se has jodido, pero bien. Por cierto, un placer hablar contigo, pero tengo que cenar. Perfecto, Malva, tío. Dale a tope. Gracias por pasarte. Un abrazote, tío. You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist. How can you stand to be a contradiction? What do you think of this vessel? You know that at the end of this, once you're finished... Vale, lo de siempre. How you figure out what you will want we finish? Vale, esto, lo de siempre. Vale, vamos a preguntarle por este vessel.
These ones are a contradiction. A winding kaleidoscope of paths and
Caleidoscopio.
they are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Las contradicciones no existen.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
Joder. A ver esto.
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
No importa las veces que vuelva atrás, uno de nosotros acaba como herido.
It changes me, but
Me
it
cambia,
doesn't make me worse.
pero me hace
Nor does
peor.
it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
If anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me. I hate you. I think I hate you. No, no, no. Voy a decirle esto.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
A ver esto.
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me.
¿Qué pasó? Que me perdí el último final. ¿Viste lo de que hicimos como a 6 copias de ellas y alrededor? Pues ahí hubo un momento que nos dio a elegir entre 3 cosas, en plan de irnos, pillar el cuchillo o salvarla. Y cualquier elección que cogiéramos como que elegía las 3 a la vez. Y entró ahí como una especie de bucle de opciones infinitas, de que se hacía todo a la vez. Hubo ahí como una especie de paradoja temporal, de que se hacían todas las cosas al mismo tiempo. Y se transformó como al final en este vessel, como de las 3 opciones. Y es como el tercer vessel que conseguimos. Y es como la de la contradicción, el vessel de la contradicción, algo así.
Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Voy a preguntarle esto otra vez.
We will know when we near our destination.
Vale. Estoy preparado para volver.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Y se escucha como rompe el cristal, Bring the stranger to her. Le llevamos al stranger.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
No la jodas más, dale,
And in the
déjame.
basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't,
No sé qué hacer ahora,
it will
tíos.
be the end of the world.
Venga, vamos a ir allí. Vamos a ir allí, a lo mejor, pues no sé, a hablar con ella, pero dejando atrás el cuchillo,
Don't
supongo. A
mention
ver.
it. It's all part of the job.
Vamos allí.
You make your way up the short path.
Vamos allí.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare.
No hay espejo,
The air is stale. The blade is your implement.
Voy a entrar sin pillar esto. Otra vez. Enter the basement.
The door to the base, her voice
Hello? Is someone there?
is hypnotizing. So don't let it fool you. It's
Vale. Bueno, no voy a decir nada.
good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done.
A ver.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She's beautiful. I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
A ver. Vamos a hablar primero.
Okay.
A ver. Vale, vamos a hablar. ¿Cómo te llamas? A ver qué nos dice.
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess?
Princess. Así que es Princess tu nombre.
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
No, vais a ir hablando con ella. Voy a preguntarle esto.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't
sabe la
just stuff a
razón.
princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking? Voy a preguntarle eso.
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess.
No es relevante.
That's hardly relevant.
Joder, yo quería
Okay,
saber.
but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Claro. I want to keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. Keep her locked away. Voy a preguntarle esto. Voy a decirle esto. No me dijo nada. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? Le pregunté eso y no me salió nada. No me salió nada. Pero creo que no es peligrosa.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
Me voy a dar un momento a history. A ver. Ah, no, pues ahí no había un diálogo o algo así, no lo sé.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
A ver.
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
No, la verdad es que no. Espera que me lo dijeras, a ver.
I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that. And I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me.
Shouldn't be about what I do I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to save me.
This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about.
Yeah.
Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Ya. Quien lo encerró y quien me envió aquí, ¿no? Que dices que están del mismo lado.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
No te mataré, pero no puedo simplemente liberarte. Es muy arriesgado. I want to keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth to risk to take your word over the potential of fate of the world. Yeah. Go back upstairs to retrieve the blade without saying another word. I can't believe you have been keeping you down here like this, and getting you out of here. Examine the chains. I'm going to get you out of here. Don't make me regret this. Examine the chains. Voy a decirles esto.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Va, esto es como antes.
Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her.
Voy a volver a intentar ir arriba. A ver. No, porque estaba cerrado. Voy a preguntar esto.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains?
Una forma de romper las cadenas.
Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. Is someone else here?
Voy a gritar.
Your shouts and pleas are met with, I'll repeat myself once again, you're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Try the door. Voy a volver atrás.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade. Like, easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
Vale, aquí en esta situación
If I could just
estuvimos.
get
Vamos
out
a
of
intentar hacer algo
these chains,
diferente.
I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely
Ahí
hesitates
se
before
muerde.
raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with a determination as she rips her flesh from her bone. A sound comes from... It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's
Ahora vamos a
now.
hacer algo diferente.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Vamos a matarla ahora.
Without hesitation,
Adiós.
bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally, the wound drives her to the ground. Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a horned predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
A thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us.
It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you.
I'm not so sure.
Don't waver now. As you ready your
Joder.
blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to
Dios.
take her arm. Your knife cuts into her again and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw.
Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
Matarla.
Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees.
We can still turn this around.
Give up, finish the job, run for the stairs and lock her in the basement. Maybe she'll bleed out. Voy a hacer esto.
The princess is still chained to the wall. There's nothing she can do to stop you from getting out of here.
What if she doesn't succumb to her wounds? Whatever she is so much more dangerous than I thought she'd be.
You rush up the stairs and dive past the threshold. You're safe. For now.
For now.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly
Por si acaso.
barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade.
Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier.
Hola, Sergiño. ¿Qué tal? Tío, enhorabuena por ganar el otro día, ¿eh?
You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
Sí, es que mira, es que es la hostia, ¿eh? Aparte hay full la esquinita, tío. ¿Sabes? Por si acaso, o sea, está encadenada y herida, pero por si acaso.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
¡Hostia!
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. But it's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
Oh, qué buena, Sergi. Enhorabuena también por eso.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare.
As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker.
No, it doesn't.
Where you are, you're not a princess. Go ahead and waste your energy. Aquí esto voy a decir. Ignórala y ve a dormir, le voy a decir esto.
Do you think a couple of cuts is enough to do me in? I'm not as frail as you think.
Un 3 en lengua. Bueno, habrá que retomar eso, tío. Habrá que subirse.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar.
Hostia, la abrió, ¿eh?
Broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
Gracias por la info, Sergiño. Hey, Riveriño, ¿qué tal?
Where is she?
Estamos aquí jugando esta novelita.
Thanks for
Oh!
helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves.
Me paralizó.
First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin.
Whose side are you on?
¿De
Yours,
qué lado
of course.
estás?
But
El
I have
tuyo.
a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
Exacto.
So helpless. I can take my time with you.
Me
Can't
va a
I?
torturar, tío.
She steps closer, one
Joder.
silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends.
I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
La pesadilla.
You're on a path in the wood. You're here to slay her.
Vale, vamos a volver allí. Espera. Vamos a volver. A ver cómo es ahora la cabina.
Before you, she will lie.
I don't think
lo
lying
mítico.
and cheating is...
It doesn't matter.
El
Don't
paranoico.
trust anyone.
No creas a nadie y ya está. Ahora tenemos al paranoico, tío.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The
No hay
only
ni
furniture
puerta.
of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the
Esto
corner
está
of the
tirado,
room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The
Hostia.
blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door?
Ya. ¿Qué cojones pasó aquí,
It's
tío?
just an empty frame.
She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting.
Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Están a 65 euros. A ver, yo si me pido una camiseta sería en plan no oficial, ¿sabes? En plan en páginas de estas réplicas, ¿sabes? Pero te lo agradezco aún así, tío. Es que no me quiero gastar 60 y pico pavos en una camiseta, ¿sabes? Pero te lo agradezco, que me lo avises a mí o a la gente del chat que le interese. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. Approach the mirror, voy a cerrarme el mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Aún no pedimos, Chloe. Pediremos, no sé, este año en algún momento.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror.
You reach forward,
Sigue desapareciendo,
rub your
tío.
hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you... Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden.
No a ese punto. Es que voy a pedir la de la Fiorentina de esta del año 94, creo que era, con la publicidad de Nintendo, que era la hostia. Take the blade. ¿Pillaré el blade? Voy a pillarlo.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world. Good. Steel can't lie to us.
Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife?
¿Podemos tener una bomba?
Could we have a bomb? The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Hay que entrar.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness.
Hostia. En una de las Fiores, si pones Fiorentina Nintendo te va a salir. Hay dos, porque la tuvieron 2 años. La más bonita. Hay una que es así un poco más pero hay otra que está guay, que es así más sencillita.
More eyes, too. You never mentioned the eyes.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you
Uf.
and I.
Va a estar igual de asesina, ¿eh? Ah, el 7-Up, sí, esa también es mítica. Pero para dormir.
Come back. She must have you confused with someone else. You really don't remember, do you? It doesn't matter, we need a game plan. We know we can't just go down there unprepared.
A ver, how hard is it to throw one? ¿Cómo difícil es lanzar un cuchillo?
It can't be that hard. But then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place, it'll be enough.
Necesitamos un plan, solo tengo que matarla. Mr. Narrator seems to think I can do it. I don't know why you are all being such pessimists right now. Vamos a bajar. Step off into the void between the stairs. Ah, de tirarme. Tú harías esto, ¿no? Yo voy a bajar, Tú te tirarías directamente. Voy a bajar.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right.
Izquierda y derecha.
She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is?
No, I'm not.
Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement.
We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again.
Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
Vale.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter. Because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Uf. Volver por donde viniste. No, vamos a ir por la derecha esta vez.
You turn to the right. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you
¡Ah!
are.
Joder.
I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
Se acabó. Veo que mola, es la hostia, tío. Es muy lento, pero... A ver, miedo da como mal rollito. O sea, tiene alguna escena así de mal rollo y tal, y como de misterio. Pero es así, es un poco denso porque tiene mucho texto y tal, pero si te metes en la historia está guay. Es como ir leyendo un libro de estos de lecciones y tal.
And you brought a little knife with you. Cute.
Dejime, te cuento lo que hicimos. Se llama Nightmare, este vessel. En la primera historia, o sea, en el capítulo 1, bajamos abajo así normal y la apuñalamos así. Hablamos primero un poco con ella y fuimos a verle las muñecas y tal, y pum, la apuñalamos. Y se enfadó y empezó a hablar así. Y se intentó defender y nosotros lo que hicimos fue en plan pirarnos y al final subiendo arriba como que acabamos palmando y tal. No me acuerdo ya bien cómo. Y ahora es como que se acuerda... Ah, la encerramos, en plan, nos fuimos para arriba, habiéndola apuñalado, y le pusimos la puerta delante de... la mesa delante de la puerta. Nos fuimos, o sea, empezó como a porrear la puerta, nos fuimos como a dormir y al volver estaba la puerta abierta. Y cuando llegamos, nos quedamos ahí y vino y nos hizo como una especie de parálisis y nos acabó matando. Y ahora hemos vuelto y vimos como unas escaleras también así infinitas hacia una oscuridad y llegamos aquí y sigue ella. Aquí está así como de tía loca asesina, ¿sabes? Está en plan este plan. Así un poco el resumen. Y has traído un cuchillo contigo, un pequeño cuchillo contigo, qué cute. Está en plan modo asesina ella. Y el otro es ahora el pana, el otro es como el paranoico. La voz que de la anterior historia, del capítulo 1, vaya. Es el paranoico. Piensa.
Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
¡Joder!
Blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death.
Me está pitando el oído derecho muchísimo, tío.
Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again.
Es como que nos acaba de paralizar otra vez.
Sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left.
Yes, I'm sure.
Corazón, los pulmones, ¿no? Los nervios, el corazón.
Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Nos está haciendo como sufrir, ¿sabes? Nos está parando los órganos y así.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
Perfecto, Sormeta.
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead, even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why?
Nos ataca, ¿por qué?
The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late.
¿Por qué no me finish me? ¿Por qué no terminas conmigo? What good am I to you alive? ¿Cómo de bueno soy para ti vivo? ¿Qué significa? What do you want from me? ¿Qué quieres de mí? What happened after you killed me last time? I was sent here to stop you from destroying the world. Es una lunática. Si quieres que trabajemos juntos, puedes parar con esta cosa de los órganos. No tenemos que ser enemigos, puedes trabajar juntos. Podemos ser amigos incluso. Toss the blade and remain with your nightmare. Slay the princess. No sé qué hacer. A ver, le voy a preguntar. ¿Por qué no? Vamos primero a preguntarle cosas. ¿Por qué no me matas?
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, I don't have to. Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now. And I'm enjoying the show.
The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear.
If I want to see you gone, all I need to do is break your concentration.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then... Shit, make her stop!
Hey, snap out of it.
Okay, deep breath. Deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, your back. Lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
One moment, and then you're gone. Just like that.
O sea, me mató durante unos segundos.
Ah, and there's the fear.
She pulls away.
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it? I've already done that.
¿Qué pasó después que me mataras la última vez?
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then... Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too. I don't think I can live without you. And dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
Voy a decir esto.
I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you? And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me. You seem miserable.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
Es una lunática.
I am what I am. And right now, I'm in control. So, you might want to be a little nicer to me.
She raises one long gloved finger, its tip hovering just over your skin, seeming to enjoy the lingering threat. But she withdraws, sparing you another momentary glimpse of death.
Voy a decir que pare con esta movida. How about no, esto.
Like I said, I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
Y si te libero, ¿después qué?
Definitely not. If you're what I need to leave this place, chances are you're pretty useful. I think I'll keep you right by my side. A little good luck charm to make sure I stay free.
¿Ah, sí? Si me pasas enlace por Discord, me lo juego un día de estos.
Don't worry. I'll make sure to take good care of you. I promise.
Le voy a decir esto, de ser amigos.
I'm glad you're seeing things my way.
Voy a decirle esto.
I know. You told me last time. Destroy is such an unenlightened way of putting it. So sudden, so violent, so little nuance.
Te lo pasé, gracias, tío.
I'm not going to destroy the world, but I am going to hold it in my hands and squeeze it. I'm going to make it afraid, just like I've made you afraid. The world needs fear, doesn't it? Every terror I bring would make the good times so much better. Well, I'm practically doing a public good. So what harm is there really in letting me out?
La gente me dirá si ya sabe lo que me has hecho a mí.
But everyone dies eventually.
Joder.
They're all full of wet, writhing things, and in the end, each and every one of them gets unwound. And then those things get to become a new everybody. Just to come apart all over again. All I want is to be there for it. I want to watch it happen, and maybe do a little unwinding myself. Oh, we both know that you don't have a say here, so you should just look on the bright side. I don't know what the bright side is for you, but I'm positive you can find it if you look hard enough.
Yo simplemente moriré. ¿Y qué pasa si no dejo que... No te dejo liberarte? ¿Qué ocurre?
We're stuck down here together until you change your mind.
Static, and a skipped beat as she touches your shoulder and whispers in your ear.
No! Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Or until your heart finally gives out. And then, when you die, I'll find myself somewhere new. And before too long, you'll be there too. That's how this all works, right? This doesn't end until you let me out. And a lot can happen before then. I'm sure I can get creative.
Voy a decirle esto. Toss the blade and remain with your nightmare. Me quedo con ella y me la suda.
Are you serious? You fling the blade into the void, denying yourself the opportunity to ever slay her and finish your mission.
Nobody's happy here, but maybe it's for the best.
You poor deluded thing. You think a single moment of bravery changes you into something you're not? I am what I am, and you're always going to be a coward.
She raises a hand to her mask and pulls it down.
Joder.
You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops you.
Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom, a million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken. No.
Let me out.
Your existence hurts them.
Let me out.
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone. And then it's there again.
Let me out.
A reprieve. A good life. Love. Children. A steady career. Recognition from your peers. Here one moment. Gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
Dios.
Let me out.
Diagnosis. It forgets everything it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Let me out.
No. What's happening to us?
Let me out.
This is all too much. I can't keep going. You can't keep going? Well, what are you talking about?
Ya no responde.
Oops, I think I broke you. I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
Capítulo 3. Sí, bueno. Capítulo... ¿Cava? The moment of clarity.
You're on a path in the... Shit! What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing? There was a princess, I think.
Broken ahora.
It's all so fuzzy. It hurts when I try to remember. I think we were trying to save the world. You should know about the princess. At least, not until I... You've already
A la
been
de
here,
altruistic, ¿no?
I guess. It feels so long ago, almost like we've never left. We have to let her out. No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You have to slay her. Slay? We decided not to do that, didn't we? Yeah, we're supposed to let her out. It's really the only way this works out for us. If you think about it, she's the one with power here. Nobody else can do much of anything.
El oportunista.
No, we were supposed to keep her trapped there forever.
We're supposed to be unfeeling.
Cool.
How many times do I have to tell you to snuff out your heart? We can't be unfeeling. Not when there's so much fear everywhere. There's nothing for us to do. We've already tried everything.
We love her, so we have to set her free. Can we love something that hates us? Can we love something that hurts us?
To be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure than any other love.
Why are there so many of us? There aren't supposed to be so many of us.
Hubo un par que no aún habíamos conocido, el Cold y el... no me acuerdo cuál era el otro.
This is bad.
Por ahora.
You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
Le voy a preguntar esto. ¿Cuántas veces has estado tú aquí?
Many times.
Bueno, vosotros.
It feels like we've been here forever, but it also feels like we've barely been here at all. It doesn't matter. Yes, we just have to do what she says and then everything will be fine. It won't. It will be for us. You're part of everything. If things aren't fine for everything, they won't be fine for you. There's no difference between fine and not fine. It just goes on and on.
Solo recuerdo estar 2 veces. ¿Cuáles son las otras veces? ¿Alguien más ha tomado otras decisiones? A ver.
What does here even mean if you really think about it?
Shut up! You...
Every single time. You did your best, really. There's just a pecking order.
and our cruel and beautiful goddess sits atop it, right where she's always belonged.
You're lucky. What I would give to be able to forget. I've tried to keep them numb, but they're all too soft.
Quedarme donde estoy. A ver, voy a hacer esto. No, vamos a la cabina. No, espera, voy a decir esto.
Of course we're wrong. She's the only thing that's right.
Es la única cosa que tiene
Yes,
razón.
obviously they're all wrong. What are you going to do about it?
A ver, vamos a la cabina.
You slowly make your way through the umbral forest, bumping against unseen trees as you grasp through the darkness for a way forward. But eventually, you do make it to the cabin. Or rather, you make it to the place a cabin should have been. Instead, all you find is an
Tío, no,
empty
que hay
hill.
un espejo, coño.
No, this isn't right. There's a cabin there. There's always supposed to be a cabin there. Don't ask him about the mirror. He always says he never sees it. He always lies.
Ya.
And he always makes it gone. It's exhausting. We must be such a mess, but we never get the chance to fix ourselves. That thing is mocking us.
Stay focused. You still have a job to do, and it's best not to be distracted by fraying thoughts. There is no mirror. You know that as well as I do.
She's still here, buried deep inside the earth. Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's why you always lose.
What's wrong with giving them space? What if it helps them? What if they need to be here? Voy a preguntarle esto.
They've been hurt too much. It's why they are the way they are.
Exactly. They are delusions, and all that catering to them will do is drag you down to their level. You have to keep moving.
Or you could just give up.
Vamos al mirror.
You walk up the hill, hesitating just beyond the bounds of the cabin.
The cabin that isn't there.
You've got to clean the mirror, haven't you? You've got to see what's in it.
Smash it to pieces.
Dios.
She's on the other side, and we have to let her out. It's the only way we can be free.
It's the only way we can have our thoughts back. Just go around it.
Just do something. It doesn't matter what.
Exactly. I'm sure that whatever you settle on, it'll be the best possible decision.
Proceed.
Proceed? Proceed to where? I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific.
Ya, solo pone proceed, ¿sabes?
That's a new one. Do you think it'll work? Of course it'll work. He always makes the best decisions. It's why he gets to make them.
And it already has worked. It's gone, don't you see? We're one step closer to her.
The interior of the cabin is much the same as the exterior of the cabin. A dull, fuzzy, dreamlike nothing. It's empty and isolating, but there's just enough vague shape and unknown texture to suggest the structure they're in. Wrong, and the only object of note is a pristine blade buried in the dirt
Excalibur,
floor,
chaval.
a hint of its shining edge teasing through the sediment. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right.
Take it. It's the only way forward.
No puedo hacer esto. Take the blade. It's the only way forward. You have already tried everything else. Don't you remember? ¿Cómo? Take the blade. You have to take the blade. ¿Qué? Está parpadeando. Voy a elegir esta.
You reach down to take the blade, but as you do, the ground beneath it shifts, the weapon sinking deep into the earth. You lean over the hole and gaze into the abyss. It is so deep in the bowels of the earth.
¡Ah!
You see something staring back at you.
Tío, la pana.
Fills you with dread.
It's a
watching us.
You really are a coward.
With every word she
Oh.
speaks, the princess in the pit blinks closer.
I was joking when I said that way back when. You know that, right?
Closer.
I was having some fun, and I guess I wanted to see if I could melt you.
And closer.
Watching over me forever? That was so brave.
And closer.
But forever is so long. And time erodes everything. Except for me. I've already taken your will, and you're not getting it back. All that's left is for you to take my will and let me out. It'll be so much fun. You and me, together, exploring the world and spreading fear wherever we go. Well, mostly just me. But you'll get to be there too. A trinket that gets to stay with me all the time. Right by my side. A witness. I can even make you a little cage if you want. Gilded and everything. Now don't pause. Don't try to resist. I've already molded you into what I need. And you lost your power so long ago. Don't bother working yourself into a frenzy to get it back.
Do something. Do anything that isn't taking her hand. What are we supposed to do? She took our weapon. This really was a lost cause, wasn't it?
Tío, darle una patada en la cabeza.
You refused to kill her. Kill or be killed. Yes, I suppose you're right. Oh well, there's no paralysis anymore. Is it because we've already given her what she wants?
No me deja elegir otra cosa. No puedo elegir nada, solo esto.
You extend your hand to hers. For all her past cruelties, the moment feels gentle, tender even. I can't believe you just made me say that. I hate you. The motion is difficult at first, as if something still resists your efforts. But then that resistance gives way, and it's over.
And that's the end. I wonder what we're going to do next.
I didn't think I'd be so tired. Why is it so cold?
Otro beso.
She's gone.
Vuelve la memoria.
Yeah. I can finally think again. That mirror's back.
What does that mean for us? I'm sure it'll be whisked away just like her.
Maybe it won't be gone. Things are different now, aren't they? Doesn't seem like there's much else to do here.
Finally, we can smash it.
Esto es lo que quiere fuera el espejo.
Stop with the smashing.
What do we say, boys? One last vain attempt to look at ourselves.
Yeah. I think I'd like that.
Seems we've got a majority. All that's left is to give it a look.
Approach. Sus secretos permanecen escondidos. Sus misterios siguen sin resolver.
Something tells me that this is the end of the line. But I don't feel bad about it. I'm ready. It feels okay. The fear's gone. I'm done fighting. My heart feels quiet. The game was always going to end. I'll be free of all of you. I'm ready for the truth. I'm ready to sleep.
I'm just ready to be anywhere that isn't here. Boys, it's been an honor.
Parece que va a ser el final, ¿eh? Al menos del ending este. Supongo que habrá un true ending. A ver. You have unraveled. Los veo así como más delgados y así. Te encuentras aquí otra vez. Ir a la cabina.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there? Rhetorical. I am not rhetorical. I have only known these spaces, and I have known flickers of the lives you've brought me, short and violent and full of passion. But all of those flickers end where the long quiet begins. I'm asking you because I cannot know your mind. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Hay árboles y estrellas y gente, creo.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
¿Crees que algo de lo de fuera es real? ¿Crees que somos reales?
We are real.
Somos reales.
Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
¿Qué pensamientos tienes de este Vessel?
This one is filled with sadness.
Está lleno de tristeza.
Abandoned to the company of her darkest impulses. She desires only companionship, but the only thing she knows is how to hurt. She will make for a tender heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found her way home.
¿Sabes qué va a pasar cuando te despiertes?
If I did, I would already be awake.
Cuando me mandas fuera, no estoy solo. Hay voces que me hablan. Algunas de ellas son yo, pero una de ellas es algo más. Lo llamo el narrador y quiere que te mate. ¿Sabes? ¿Tienes un narrador? Have the Vessel, ¿tiene el Vessel 1?
No. Their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact. And when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers. Lo hace y cuando lo encuentre voy a matarlo. Voy a decirle esto.
If he drives you towards my destruction, then he is steeped in delusion, for he does not know me. Just as I hold compassion for you, and you hold compassion for me, you can hold compassion for those who have wronged you.
¿Cuántos más besos necesitas que te traiga?
Uno. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular.
Uno más hay que hacer. Si esta es la última vez, is there anything you would like me? Vale, si es la última vez, ¿hay algo que quieres que te traiga?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
La única cosa que quiero ver es qué eliges para mí cuando la amenaza is fully drawn. Cuando está la amenaza del todo escrita, ¿no? O algo así, quiere decir, ¿no? O dibujada, ¿no? Thread, not threat. ¿Cómo? Thread, not threat. ¿Dónde? Ah, vale. When the thread. ¿Y qué es thread? ¿Qué es thread? Thread es amenaza. ¿Thread? Estos regalos are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. Cada uno me muestra los contornos de tu corazón. La única cosa que quiero ver es qué eliges para mí cuando la línea esté completamente dibujada. Ah, hilos, perdón, no te lo había leído. Vale. Hilos. Si esta es la última stage antes de la completación, entonces no voy a volver. I'm just going to stay here. No, venga, vamos a volver. I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Bring the moment of clarify to her. Tío, pero ahora entonces no sé exactamente qué hacer.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
A ver, habrá que ir allí, eso seguro. Sí, pero por eso lo dije con esa voz, ¿sabes? Porque no me salía la palabra y dije completación. Sweet, I've always wanted to... No, esto ya lo habíamos dicho. Vamos a la cabina directamente.
You make your way up the short path.
Sí, sí, algo que no hayamos hecho. Voy a empezar a improvisar. Vamos a hacer improvisado. A ver.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer. The blade
Esto es lo de siempre. Vamos a coger la blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult. The door to the basement creaks open. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Hostia, ahora es diferente, ¿eh? Eso no lo había dicho antes.
She sounds dangerous.
Sí.
It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Va bien, está scripteado que pase algo diferente, supongo. Ah, no, esto ya estaba. No, esto ya lo habían dicho, porque me acuerdo de esta frase.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Creo. Vamos a decirle esto, que esto no se lo dije nunca.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Es una amenaza para el
Focus on the
mundo.
task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
No estabas de broma cuando dijiste que me venías a matar. Sí, no era una broma.
I know. You brought a knife with you and everything. But you don't have to try and kill me. You could always toss that scrap of metal to the ground and give the two of us a chance to talk things out.
She makes a compelling point. What if we didn't kill her? What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Bueno, voy a soltarlo.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
We'll be fine.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Sí, es raro. ¿Una relación? Are you coming on to me? How would I get you out of here? I'm here because you're supposed to end the war. There's people out there who think you are going to end the war. What do you have to say about that? What's your name? How long have you been down here? Es que esto todo ya se lo preguntamos. Le voy a decir una relación. Le voy a decir esto.
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
A ver, visto así. Voy a preguntarle su nombre otra vez, a ver si me dice ahora de verdad. Me dice que es princesa. Y ya está.
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness.
Lo mismo.
Or Her Majesty.
Bueno,
Any honorific
pero
should
diferente.
do, really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
¿Cómo puedo sacarte de aquí? I'm here because you're supposed to end the world. Voy a decirle esto.
Don't just tell her that.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Deflect. What are you going to do if I let you out? ¿Qué es deflect? ¿Deflect qué es? Cambiar de tema, vamos. Vale. No, and if I'm being honest, I'm more inclined to trust you than I'm inclined to trust them. Vale, voy a decirle esto. Supongo que ellos tendrán sus razones. Espera. No, voy a decirle esto.
Sooner or later, you'll understand that I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully sooner.
How sweet. And they'll be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
¿Cómo lidiar con ellos? I still have a few more questions before I decide what to do. Yes, right, please. Actually, I've changed my mind. I don't trust. Voy a decirle esto.
Fine. What do you want to know?
Buenas noches, Armeta. Esto se pregunté la otra vez. Voy a preguntarle esto.
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting. She is. I'm sure of it.
¿Cuánto tiempo has estado aquí?
Too long.
Again, she
Mucho.
offers no specifics, no matter how hard...
Has hablado
Oh.
suficiente.
Have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Es que matarla yo creo que no. Vamos a examinarlas otra vez esto.
You have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to...
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day.
Va, esto me lo habían dicho ya. Vale, voy a decirle esto.
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear someone else here.
Vale, lo de siempre. Volver.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
Easier for whom?
Easier for everyone.
Es ligeramente diferente, porque nunca me había pasado esto, pero teniendo el cuchillo aquí abajo, tirado.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Buah, es que ahora no sé qué hacer, tío. Voy a probar de nuevo a salvarla. Y cortarlo, ¿sabes? Voy a hacerlo.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive you cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it.
Esto lo habíamos
She didn't so
visto.
much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high.
Ya, el
You
juego
can't
es
just let her
slide.
escape into the world. No. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Vale. Aquí hicimos algo parecido. Voy a hacer slide directamente, ¿vale? Ahora sí.
You bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally. Okay. There's no going back now. Though the blade left a deep gash in her shoulder, she barely so much as flinches, turning around to stare at you incredulously.
Are you serious? I don't know what came over you, but if we're doing this, I guess I'll have to kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that? I can beat you to death with one.
Venga, chulita.
But I don't have to tell you that. I'll go ahead and show you.
Esto sí que es nuevo, ¿eh? Pues no sé qué hacer, tío. La voy a funar, me la suda.
Thank you. You swing your arm towards her throat, the blade singing through the air. But she's ready for it. She grabs your
Dios.
arm, her grip like a stone vice.
El narrador soy yo. Gracias.
You drop the blade, pathetically. She lets go, and faster
Dios.
than you can react, rears back and hits you with a bone-shattering haymaker. There's a ringing in your ears. You're fairly certain you can feel bone grinding against bone where she fractured your jaw, but your body isn't allowing you to feel much right now. Adrenaline coursing through your system and numbing your nerves. You fall to your knees. You're barely able to bring your trembling arms up to
Vaya hostia
defend
nos dio,
yourself
¿eh?
before she hits you again. Every blow is as
Dios.
painful as the first. You feel bones shatter with every impact, unknown ruptures blossoming with blood somewhere inside of you.
You poor thing. I'll go ahead and put you out of your misery.
She places a confident heel on your chest and pushes you down to the ground. Her knee falls to your throat, your windpipe crushed beneath a weight you didn't think her slight form could possibly
Joder.
possess. It can't just end like this, right? I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Bien, esto nunca os habéis traído, de Tower. Vale, pues entonces
You're
hicimos
on a path
bien el camino.
in the woods. You're here to slay.
Vamos a la cabina.
A warning. She will. We might. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge?
Espera, ¿cómo se llama el anterior? Voice of the Broken.
I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. rescue her. Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
Sí. Somos unos buenos pajarracos.
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would
Mira dónde
suggest.
está esto.
The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Why do we feel so small?
Ya, es que es
We
como...
don't feel small. We are small.
El mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least...
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
¿La pillo o no la pillo? No la voy a pillar esta vez.
no blade this time. Yeah. Maybe she'll be more receptive if we're unarmed.
Blade, no blade.
No importa.
It doesn't matter.
Da igual. Vamos a acabar muriendo. Da igual.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease.
This is actually kind of nice.
It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Her booming voice rolls up.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Joder.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. You shouldn't have come down here unarmed. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her.
Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess. Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you,
Dios.
almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me.
El pajarito
wonder what he
ha
wants.
vuelto.
I see your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you? You aren't even going to try and kill me. How sweet. And more than a little disappointing.
She's disappointed in us?
Kneel.
Arrodíllate. Vamos a ser sumisos.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs. I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations. It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it?
It does, but why did she say the last time we met?
Claro.
That's not right, that can't be right.
She's right. We've been here before.
And we've died here before, pitifully. We might as well do what she asks of us and help her. She is inevitable.
He's being melodramatic, but the point stands. What are we even supposed to do to stop her? Well, I'll be damned. That's not good. Okay, first things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be. The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. If you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
¿Qué quieres que haga, Pereira? What do you have planned? Just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to do it. I have questions for you before I decide to do anything. What would you have me do? What do you have planned? Voy a decirle esto.
All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
Si eres tan poderosa, ¿por qué no la rompes tú misma?
Don't be rude. Of course she can.
It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world.
That's exactly why it's rude. We should know our place.
Vale.
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do. The story of a terrible and bountiful god unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am, or everything I'm bound to be. The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity. The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world. And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn, a better dawn. Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference. Because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me, my will triumphs over yours.
He decidido no hacer nada, no. What happened to you after I die? Voy a preguntarle esto.
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird.
Joder, perdón.
There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
Just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to do it. You can be whatever you want to be. Voy a decirle esto.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in
Sí,
my
ya sé que soy una
heart.
mierda, ya lo sé. Pues nada. I'm yours to command.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent? All you need to do now is break my chains.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say.
You can't just give in to her, not when the stakes are so high, not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong, trying to conceal you from me. Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Un eco.
Is she talking about you?
That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about? I'm just...
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
Parecía de Jime gritando en el demo.
Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? We don't even have a weapon.
All you need to do is believe it's been done.
Hablaron a la vez. Tú lo que necesitas es creer que está hecho. Es creer que está hecho. Romper sus cadenas.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave.
Voy a dar la mano directamente. Bien, lo hicimos, tíos. El último Vessel. Pero no tomaste su mano. Ni lo harás nunca. Es hora de salir. Te han vuelto la memoria.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here?
Vamos a ir al espejo. Acá está el espejo.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. I don't want to look at us.
El espejo siempre les hace salir, en plan irse. Pero necesitas ver lo que hay en él. No eres nada. Un pájaro. Pero esto no está bien. No puedes no ser nada. No puedes ser nada. You refocus your gaze. And then you see it. Una figura. Faint and veiled in shadow. You're beyond their faces. Somos un puto cuervo, tío. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
¡Es el narrador! Joder. Another. ¿Qué es esto? Son ojos de cuervo y picos. And then another corona. So you are the narrator. I was wondering if I would ever get to see you. Si iba a ser capaz de verte. Me voy a preguntar. Espera. Ve por una por una.
Narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Joder. ¿Qué eres? ¿Es algo como yo?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo. Likely one
Soy
of
un
many.
eco.
Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
No, en plan, porque me gustó que fuera un cuervo, ¿sabes? No sabíamos qué tipo de pájaro íbamos a ser. Pero no sé, me sorprendió ver, ¿sabes? Que iba a ser un cuervo. Se sigue rompiendo, ¿eh? Otros como tú. Has dicho algo como eso antes. ¿Ese cada narrador ha sido diferente?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon. And then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
Te hacen daño cuando se rompe así.
It doesn't hurt. I don't feel pain. Not physically.
¿Tienes algo que decir para ti mismo?
I do. People out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
La gente ahí fuera es real. Después de todo lo que nos has hecho a nosotros, ¿crees que alguien merece vivir?
Nobody alive has done anything to you. I'm all gone. But if you and the princess want to smite the rest of them for the crimes of a dead man, if you really want to be that petty, there isn't much I can do to stop you.
Lo siento, no quiero destruirte. ¿Ayudarías si paro de hacer preguntas?
We've already crossed the point of no return. There's no saving me now. Not that there's ever been much of me to save.
Tengo muchas preguntas.
Then ask them and make it quick.
Habla
I won't
así
last for
rápido.
long now that you can see me. Soon I'll be gone entirely, and you'll be left alone with your final choice. So allow me to make my final request. The princess contains death itself within her, but I wove you into being with all the power you need to destroy her forever. Do it. Slay her, and rid the world of death and suffering.
¿Es parte de mí o de algo?
No, I'm not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? From one vantage point, I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being a part of you, then what is?
Me acaba de saltar un logro. Acabo con todas las preguntas. Creo que te has quedado sin tiempo. I'm not going to slay her. Want you to know that before you die for good. Rest easy. I'm going to destroy her. Lie. Rest easy. I'm going to destroy her. No he decidido. Say nothing and watch him end. Le voy a decir la verdad. Que no voy a acabar con ella. Le voy a decir esto. Le voy a decir la verdad. Es que no la voy a matar.
Well, there's no reasoning with a god. Even one you've woven into existence yourself. I've said my piece. My time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away.
As the final fragment of the glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. Proceed to the cabin one last time. Voy a hacer un guardado aquí. Plan... Bueno, quick save es esto, ¿no? Bueno, save. Ahí. Por si acaso, ¿sabes? When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to hear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Cojones. Oh.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for
A mí
this
también,
moment.
de Jime.
I've missed you dearly.
No sé si era de... Del dem... Es verdad. Es verdad. Cuando lo escuché me sonó también, tío. Iba a decir del Majora's Mask. Pero es que porque me sonaba de algo muchísimo. Es verdad, era el hospital. Debe ser un sonido mítico de algo, Los del demo deben pillarlo también de otra cosa. It's been so long and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly. Dearly. También te he echado de menos. ¿Sabes algo del eco? Did you hear the conversation? Yo también te echaba en menos. Le voy a preguntar lo del eco. No, vamos a ser buenos. Voy a decir primero esto. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. ¿Sabes algo del eco?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I'm the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
¿Mound qué es? ¿Qué es mound? ¿Qué ocurre ahora?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into
Aglomeración o
your
algo así.
nature, isn't it? When the echoes spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am
Cuando el
not
eco
dead,
spun us from
but I contain
one
it in
into
my
two. Cuando nos
multitude.
separó en dos, me dio. Te dio la elección y a mí el rol para interpretar. No soy la muerte, pero la contengo en la contengo en mis multitudes.
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our
Eso, lo
liberation?
segundo. There is so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave? Don't you have a say in all of this? Why is this all falling on me? Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions I need answers before I can make a choice. If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. I can't do that. If you were always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads it walk if I them this moment? Tiene que haber otra manera. This can just come down to me either destroying you or letting you out. I won't do it. I told you what was going to happen when we reached this point. Slay the princess. Slay the princess directamente. I think it's time for us to leave this place, but I don't know how to leave or where to go. No quiero hacer Slay the princess. No sé qué decirle. Esto es simplemente como para preguntar y seguir preguntando cosas, ¿no? Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions. I need answers before I can make a choice. Voy a hacerle esto primero.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. You become nothing. A black hole of self-loathing fed by the matter of your restless thoughts. You are terrified of a power so far beyond you that it strips the meaning from your every action. But at the feet of that power, the dark parts of you cannot help but burn away. Your inadequacy is reduced to cinders by the blazing light of the divine. When I proclaimed my godhood and presented you with a place by my side in my new creation, you gladly took it. Without me, there is no future to look towards. It is hope that carves meaning into consciousness.
Echo de menos cuando eras tú. Submitting to you was a mistake. I would have destroyed you if I knew what you were. You were consumed by your own ego. I won't engage with violence. Voy a decirle esto.
My threads, like yours, are unbroken. She is me, as much as I was her.
There are few things more terrifying than one's own heart, and there is almost nothing more terrifying than sharing it with another. But the most terrifying thing of all is to leave one's heart unshared. You are the only thing like me, and I am the only thing like you. Could you bear the weight of an eternity alone? Do you dare to shape a reality of solitude and thrust it on creation?
I don't need to share my heart with anyone. I wish I could share my heart with you. Voy a decirle eso. If that is what it takes to rid the world of death, I could bear the solitude. I won't engage with this. I get it. There is no need for us to keep fighting. I live with you. I just don't know how. Stop the fight early and surrender. Voy a decirle eso. Esto.
But you already have in so many ways. It is beautiful and adored. When movement slows and the dust settles, I hope you'll leave with me. The masses mold you. There is no beginning to them, nor is there an end. There is only the flood of bodies. And every moment you hold every possible sensation at once, and then you hold them all again. And in the end, you returned it to me. For a brief moment, you were everything. A chaos that needed ordering. But without chaos, there is no reason.
Ahora está la de tres cabezas aquí. No podía entenderte entonces, pero creo que ya te entiendo. Voy a decirle esto.
You saw with a single pair of eyes, but you needed dozens to comprehend. And now here we are, each with millions of eyes, and all of them opening to what we are.
Mentiroso.
Your little earth drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me and me lifting you. Forever and ever and ever. Consumed by true belief, there was nothing that could hold us back.
I was blinded by emotion. We both know that. I want that feeling back. That feeling never left me. I won't engage with violence. I get it. There is no... A ver, espera. Voy a decirle esto.
Then there's no need for you to fight what we are. Whenever you're ready, we can leave together, hand in loving hand.
I'm ready. I want to live with you. Stop the fight early and surrender. I won't live with you, not until you see things from my perspective. Voy a decirle ahora esto.
If you need more time to open your eyes, then I will give you all the time in the world.
A boundless torrent of blades cut you from boundless angles. You are a body. You are gory ribbons. You are a body again. And you feel all of it. On and on it goes until your bodies are not your thoughts, are not you. Alive, dead, alive, dead, alive, dead, then alive and dead, and
Yes.
alive and dead, all at once. You learn to put yourself away and to follow the flow of reality. And you used it.
You died countless steely deaths, and you lived countless short lives, and yet it is all so far behind you. Unjust impossibilities pushed you to become something you would never have been without them.
You hadn't snatched that body away, we would have killed each other. We were self-destructive. It felt so good to finally win, even if it was going to cost me my life. Voy a decirle esto. I won't engage with violence.
But violence has defined the flow of everything between us. Do not deny what we are, and do not color our conflict with fear.
As the glass between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
He querido luchar contigo, pero ¿cómo salimos? Me sigue poniendo cosas de Sly y de Princess, ¿eh? Igual lo último. I don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free. Voy a decirle esto.
There is no something else. This, what we are, is everything.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Which hero are you? Voy a decirle esto.
I'm all of them, I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
No sabes lo bueno que es oírte.
It's good to be here. She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Sí.
Then let's go. And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things?
Me encantaría por los viejos tiempos. ¿Se ha ido realmente el narrador?
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
If the offer still stands, but could you describe the cabin for me, for all times? Voy a decir eso.
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is... well, it's a cabin, yeah? There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows. You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really mentioned the windows, did he? There's no mirror, either.
Mirror.
I think you broke it. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Vale. Voy a preguntarle esto.
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Vale. Take the blade.
That's probably for the best. It's always seemed to give us more options than not.
Te voy a decir esto.
Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he?
Vamos. A ver.
The
¿Qué se
stairs.
cueza?
Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
Have you figured out what you want to do yet, or are you going to keep trying to find a center that doesn't exist?
It sounded just like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us. And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
Ahí está.
And there you are, knife in hand. It really brings me back. Have you given up on talking? Have you finally decided to kill me? You'll have all of eternity to yourself after this.
why don't we chat a little before I go?
Vamos a sentarnos. Espera, voy a guardar, espera. Ahí. Vamos a sentarnos. No quiero ser un dios. ¿Es la misma? No quiero hacer daño a nadie. Tiene que haber alguna forma, bla bla. What are we going to do? No quiero matarte, but I don't know what other options they are. I'm sorry. ¿Eres la misma?
No. I feel like I'm myself again.
Voy a preguntarle a decirle esto. No quiero ser un dios primero.
Honestly, me neither.
No quiero hacerle daño a nadie.
Well, I don't want to be at the end of that knife, so how about we figure something out? What if we tried doing this forever? I can do whatever you think I can, right? So, make me put it all back. Make me fix the Echo's construct and make me wipe our memories of everything that's happened. Make me send us back to the beginning, before we woke up. Before either of us saw the truth.
Can she really do that? Are you sure that's what you want?
Would resetting it to anything to help them, the people out there, if you continue to exist, don't they continue to die and suffer? I don't want to forget you. We're going to find ourselves back here eventually. If we're talking about this right now, how can we know we done this before? Ya, como si esto fuera un ciclo sin fin, ¿no? Isn't fair. I want to be here with you. I don't want to be alone again. Is there any other way? I take it all back. I don't want this and I don't want to kill you. It is too late to go back to being a god. Okay, then let's do it. I believe in us. Agree to her plan. Y luego matarla. Voy a decirle la amorosa, ¿dónde estaba? Le voy a decir esta, la de calzonazos.
Neither do I. But we won't be alone for long. I'll be right here, waiting for you.
No quiero olvidarte.
That's sweet. But unless you do, the whole world ends, right? Not like I care, but it seems important to you.
Would resetting it do anything to help them? Voy a preguntarle esto.
Fixing that is on you, not me. If you want me to help them, you'll have to make me help them.
We're going to find ourselves back here eventually. Si es que va a pasar lo mismo.
And if we do, nothing is stopping us from making the same choice. We could just keep doing this forever.
No hay otra manera.
You brought that knife down here for a reason. Either you use it to kill me, or I use it to put things back.
A ver, voy a decirle esto.
Okay, if this is your choice, then I have your back. I guess I'll see you on the other side. She takes the blade from our hand, a fondness in her gaze.
Vamos a decirle que la amamos.
Oh, I love you too.
Y nos mata.
You're on a path in the
Probamos a
woods,
cargar.
and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Probamos a cargar y a ver de matarla o algo así. ¿Cómo hago eso? Load. Sí, así se reinició. Sí, sí. Pero podemos cargar aquí. Sit with her. La matamos directamente a ver qué ocurre. Voy a darle a Slay the Princess directamente. Ya, no, ni de coña. Slay the Princess. Y si no conseguimos el true ending, lo vemos un momento en un vídeo y ya está. Vamos a probar directamente a ver qué ocurre. Slay the Princess.
So this is it then. Let's see this through.
So, that's how
Y
it
se
is.
reinicia otra vez.
Whatever world you want to build without me, I hope it works out. Despite our differences, I've always loved you, and I wish you nothing but the best.
You blink and the princess is gone. All you have left of her is a small, melancholic weight that sits at the borders of your heart. Wherever action brought you and the princess into being was wrong and jagged and left each of you with a piece of the other. By destroying her once and for all, you also destroy a part of yourself, but the world hasn't ended. Things continue
She's
on.
gone. And I don't think she's coming back. Is that a metaphor, or are you being literal? It doesn't matter, we don't need to linger down here anymore. Let's get going.
Leave the cabin. Y somos la nueva princesa, ¿te imaginas?
It's quiet here.
Some empty canvas, but there is even more to see beyond this place, the fruits of your labor, a world free from death. Set yourself free. And you feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't find them. Everything here is you. You feel your wings, spanning a cosmic scale, but twist and curved and bounding on its tension in infinite plane.
He's gone, she's gone. No one is left to trap us here but us.
Open your heart and bear witness to your new kingdom. Huh? And then the shattering. You are free, and before you lies the endless expansion of absolute reality, a new absolute reality, one forged by your will and by a long and arduous cycle of bloodshed that has stained your hands countless times forever. Over. But there will be no more bloodshed in this new world.
It's finally over, isn't it? But all of us are still here.
I knew we'd finally see it through. All it takes to be a winner is grit and determination.
Están todos.
We really did win, didn't we? We're the house now. We get to make the rules. This is nice. No more hunting. No more running. Just us. Absolute reality. Who would have thought there was really a world outside of us? And who would have thought we'd actually wind up siding with him? The whispering, and the coercion, and the bickering. Everything horrible about being alive.
That wasn't very hard at all. Speak for yourself.
Well, boys, how does it feel? We're not just on top of the pecking order, we are the pecking order now. I hope this was all worth it, because I'm personally inconsolable. Lucky for us, you have forever to get over it. Time mends a lot of things. You'll get better.
Hear, hear, to our vanquished foe.
It's good to be back. Now we just have to figure out what to do with ourselves. Forever. No problem. We can... Yeah. We can do that.
A new and ending down. Slay the Princess. Bueno, al menos llegamos a los créditos. No sé si es el true... Creo que no es el true ending. Pero ahora podemos ver cómo pillar el true ending. ¿Era el narrador el malo al final? Yo diría que no. A mí no me pareció que fuera malo. Era como un reflejo nuestro. Era algo raro. Es como... Bueno, ahora te explico bien lo que me pareció a mí. Vaya, espera. Mira los tíos majos. Finish the game. The good ending doesn't count. Me acaba de salir. En plan... En plan el logro. Explore, join the Discord, explore, join the mailing list. Vale, ahora espera. Vamos a ver aquí, yo qué sé, espera. Por ver... A ver. En plan, que me ponga cómo hacer el true ending, o por lo menos verlo nosotros en un vídeo, ¿sabes? Walkthrough. How to get the real ending. A ver. A ver. ¿Esto qué es? Below to this the best ending in the game, and no one who says otherwise is wrong. Pero esto lo llegamos a hacer, ¿no? Nah, esto es como medio meme. Nah, lo vemos en un vídeo y tal, ¿eh? ¿Eh? Joder, qué mal rollo, chaval. No, lo vemos en un vídeo, creo yo, ¿eh? Es que no sé si era esto o no. A ver. Vamos a ver en un vídeo. A ver. Slide. ¿Eh? True ending. All endings. Ya, pero es una hora, animal. A ver, espera, en la descripción tiene que poner algo. A ver, finale. A ver. Reset ending. No Stranger Living. Stranger Live ending. Yo creo que los hemos sacado, diría. Estoy viendo aquí, ¿esto cuál es? No sabría cuál es, tío. Good ending. The good ending is gained by immediately slaying the princess on your first route and accepting your reward. El Oblivion Ending es completar cualquier capítulo, ruta capítulo 1 en la cabina y luego el capítulo 2 elegir irse. Godhood is obvious, you just join the princess after doing 5 routes. Creo que ese es el de Godhood, lo que hicimos. For the cabin endings, vale, puto nada. The everyone hates you outcome is telling your voices that this is the end of them, but not for you every time a route ends and you approach the mirror. The razor routes are... Ni puta idea. Pero hemos hecho un ending de los tochos, por lo menos. Es que dice, el final bueno se gana por inmediatamente cargarte a la princesa en tu primera ruta y aceptar tu recompensa. Podemos ver lo que es el good ending. Podemos hacerlo un momento, porque aquí lo hace literalmente en 3 minutos. Lo hacemos y ya está, en plan full rápido. El de resetear, Imo. No, o sea, hicimos aquel de resetear y luego hicimos el de que se veía el sol y tal, ¿sabes? Eran como 2. Hace poco fue el día del payaso, qué grande. A ver, vamos a hacer un nuevo new game. Y vamos a hacer eso, que lo hace literalmente en 3 minutos. Y literalmente full ir a matarla. Y es como pone que es el good ending. Realmente esa. Vale, vamos a ir allí. Vale, vamos allí. Gracias por decirme lo que hacer.
Don't mention
Okay.
it. It's all part of the job.
Vamos ahí.
You make your way up the shore. A warning. She will love.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Tal cual.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Sí, no, solo voy a hacer esto,
The interior of the cat. The blade.
Vamos a pillar esto. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table.
Entrar en el basement. Esto es lo típico que luego hay que verse vídeos de explicación,
Door to
tío.
the basement
Me lo haré yo
creaks
luego
open,
de chill.
revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds...
Don't let it
Cállate
fool.
la boca. Vamos ya abajo, así.
Good.
Pum.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
She's so coldly...
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
¿Qué es esto? Nu. ¿Qué hace el tío aquí? A ver, espera. Es que no me deja matarla, dijime, si no la mataba. Voy a hacer esto. Y ya
You step
está.
forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
El último, sí, fue el que pillé. En plan, andar para adelante.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Vale. Slide the Princess y me la suda.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh
Adiós.
easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh, this is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
Sí.
Yes, exactly. It's over.
Y ya está.
With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Leave.
You open the cabin door,
Sí.
ready to
Literal.
return to a world saved from certain doom.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
What happened?
Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy.
Vaya, metí que la recompensa que me prometieron, ¿no? Pensé que iba a haber un final mejor por salvar el
This
mundo.
isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. your reward. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
Psst. Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
No escucho el narrador. Estoy feliz. Somos felices. Voy a decir
I
esto.
do, but you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero.
He's right. It's the only way out.
Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's
Yo
more
creo
for
que
us
sí,
to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
Si no vemos el vídeo ya está, si son 3 minutos.
What a relief. I suppose we've got all the time in the world for you to change your mind.
More happy time passes.
Eran 3 minutos desde que la
though the
apuñalabas.
word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy.
Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here.
The little voice's pleas fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and
Eso es verdad.
pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift. You simply exist. Happy.
Feliz para siempre.
Forever.
Good ending. Has salvado a todo el mundo y ya está. Y la pana aquí muerta. Pues sí que era good ending, Ponía good ending. Bien. Este yo supongo que es eso, el final más... El primero que puedes pillar rápido, ¿sabes? Pues ya está. Hay más finales, hay a lo mejor 2 o 3 más, pero yo creo que el... Yo es que no sé si hay un final mejor, tío. Creo que simplemente hay finales. Hay que ponerse a verlos y ya está, ¿sabes? Pero mira, The Good Ending, este tenía un porcentaje bastante bajo. A lo mejor era esto el True Ending, ¿sabes? ¿Quién lo hubiera dicho? Vale, pues lo vamos a dejar por aquí. Me veré yo luego así de chill mañana y tal, o cuando tenga tiempo, en plan los finales, y leeré más sobre el juego y ya os contaré, en plan, a ver si había alguno más así secreto y tal, pero yo supongo que no, Hay que matar de maneras más creativas. ¿Tú sabes algo, River, del juego? ¿Tienes conocimientos? Ah, vale. Jublows hay mucha mierda. Es que tiene pinta de que tiene que haber un mogollón de cosas, tío. Tiene pinta. Bueno, investigaré sobre él. En plan, me veré algún vídeo con finales diferentes y así. Os animo a que hagáis lo mismo si tenéis más curiosidad. Vale, vamos a dejarlo ya. Yo lo que vi aquí, ok. Era por si, yo que sé, sabías algo así. Vale, GG's. Mucho texto, realmente, el juego. Mucho texto. O sea... Está bien si te molan mucho las novelas de este rollo y tal, pero demasiado texto. Yo pensé que iba a haber... Sí que molaba alguna vez que hace como algún cambio así que no te esperabas y tal, pero demasiado texto. Y muy filosófico. Es lo típico que tienes luego que buscar y a lo mejor te hace clac la cabeza. Pero a mí así de primeras no me hizo muchos clacs. Sí. Sí, a ver... Tiene cosas de que te instiga, ¿sabes? A decir, venga, va, quiero seguir, quiero ver qué ocurre y tal. Eso lo hace guay el juego, pero hay que ver, porque a lo mejor hay algún final que no vimos y alguna interpretación que no supimos hacer o que no supe hacer y hay que investigar un poco más sobre ello. Lo haré y según a partir de eso le pondré nota. De momento no sabría qué decir, la verdad. Le pondré simplemente un ok, está bien, sin más. Pero bueno, investigaré sobre él.